there's a handful of games, and I'm not saying, the poll question, USC versus UCLA. I'm talking about both of them. And, Texas and Oklahoma both are interesting in their final year. And for me, USC only, not UCLA. I just think USC versus Utah, USC versus Oregon, USC versus Washington, USC versus UCLA, USC versus Oregon State. There are some games there that I think are going to rise up, other than Texas literally playing Oklahoma, that I think are going to rise up to be better than those Big 12 games for them. But, there's great interest in me because Texas and Oklahoma are literally coming to this conference, so that really makes it exciting for me.
The interesting thing, too, is, Big 12, the Texas and Oklahoma are going to have to face those new teams that are going to get their one shot at Texas and Oklahoma. Like most of those new teams, Central Florida's had Texas come to their place before. But Central Florida, Cincinnati, Houston, they probably know we're not going to play Texas and Oklahoma again. When they get to the SEC, they're not going to play us at a conference in all likelihood. This is our one shot. If I'm going to Austin, or if they're coming to me, or Norman and they're coming to me, this is my one shot at Texas and Oklahoma. And I do wonder how that goes, especially if it's on the road, especially if you're having to go to Cincinnati or having to go to Houston. I don't have their schedules in front of me. How do those fan bases react knowing this is my only shot ever probably at Texas and Oklahoma?
I appreciate you guys jumping in with us today, and I apologize really quickly for having to ask this live on the air, but what's our end show time today, Lunsford? I got used to it being at 57. Is it top of the hour? Top of the hour, okay. Hard out at the top of the hour. Last week when we changed our time, it changed the end time too.
It's hard to break habits, right?
I couldn't remember. I was like, God, I did 2 full years of that. We don't have an official announcement. We sort of know when the kickoff party is going to be. It's going to be around August 16th. Again, we'll let you know the official details when we iron that out.
I didn't tell you guys. I think my schedule was one of the holdups, and I've looked, and I'm good for the date we were talking about. So I think it's going to end up being that date.
All right.
So you're close there.
But the 16th is our it's likely going to be August 17th.
Lunsford says it's the 17th.
All right. So
I didn't know if we passed it. I know you're acting like you're in charge this week because Reed's not here. I don't know if we officially said that, but that's where we're targeting, August 17th.
Yep. I am in charge.
Yes. Yep. I knew you thought you were.
My daughter has move-in day at South Alabama the next day, and I had initially thought I was going to be going that night. I wasn't, so I was actually the holdup.
Okay, so most likely, I should say, August 17th for this year's kickoff party and the celebration of the show anniversary as we get ready to start what will be year 3 now.
That's crazy.
Of this little venture that we do here. We're about to do another Mystery Fifth Hour. These guys are going to do a back room a little bit later on this week. All that will be coming out on the platform. Cocktails returns tomorrow afternoon on all of our platforms, and we got a lot of interesting stuff coming up for that. Last quick question. Give me a 15-second answer, LT, on James Franklin, the grade he's done at Penn State, our number 7 team today, number 7 in the 40 and 40. What's the overall letter grade of James Franklin at Penn State?
I will go a strong B, almost a B+. He's won one Big Ten championship. He hasn't been to a college football playoff. But if I'm a Penn State fan, he's had really good recruiting classes. That should equate to a championship.
I'm dead on. I agree with that. B.
Yeah, you've been behind Ohio State and Michigan. That's why it can't be an A. It's a B.
B it is. And that's the show today. Live on a Monday. We're back with you tomorrow.
I thought Tyler had 2 musics play. There we go.
It was 2 different songs?
It was,
I thought Trash Jazz was still playing.
Yeah. I thought we had, a new interesting mix there at the end of the show.
A bit off key, if I do say so
Tyler's
myself.
first full day as a full employee up here. And it's been a perfect game. Way to go, Tyler. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. That's right. The start of the show is 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now in this little confine right here that we call a studio. Really the biggest studio I've ever worked in, but in this small little confine we spend our time. Who handles making a mistake on the air the worst of the three of us?
That'd be you.
Like, it bothers me.
Right.
Bothers me. Forrester clued me in as soon as he walked in the door today.
On a mistake you made?
On a mistake I made. Like, Forrester, as we get ready for year 3 of this show, getting so much more comfortable at calling me out for my BS. Is that true, Forrester?
Yeah.
Like, he has blended in really quickly of all of us who've been together for years and years to.
Well, you give me so many opportunities.
Is he like Tony Reality, the stat boy?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, he walked in, he's like, by the way, I started, pulling down that UAB sound from the AAC media days yesterday, like you said. They actually go today.
Boy, I had to hurt right there.
It's all I've thought about the last 2 hours.
Did you suck your teeth? Did you go,
I actually said, I think you're wrong.
Scotty, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that
Because
one.
I'm looking at the schedule right now. So I apologize. UAB's Media Day today at the Star, the American Athletic Conference Media Day. The ACC goes today. Taylor Tannebaum makes her second appearance on the show. As she grows to be a popular person on the show, was it you, Lunsford? It was you, Lunsford. Last night we were playing poker at Lunsford's house. I pointed out as I got a text from Brown on who our guest was today. What did I say about Taylor Tannebaum, Lunsford?
I don't remember. You're too busy kicking my ass.
Jim
He only brought this up so he could bring up that he won poker.
Jim
I
won
wasn't gonna
poker.
bring it
Let's
up.
get past that.
I
All right.
wasn't going to bring up that I won at poker last night for the third time ever in my life.
That was pretty quick, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I brought it up to say, as Taylor Tannebaum becomes a star on our show,
Right.
I want it to be noted somewhere
He's the one that brought her up first.
that I was the one that booked her on the show first.
That is true. I had never put Taylor on the show, though I very much like Taylor and have known her for quite a while and very fond of her work. I never put her on the show. You're right about that, Jim. And I will apologize to Taylor when she comes on that I have overlooked her talents all these years.
No. I just, people may not give you enough credit that Brown 99.5% of the time books every one of our, I'll go 99% of the time. LT throws some guest on, but when Brown takes a vacation, LT and I look to build the guest list without Brown. And what I try to do is when you come back from vacation, to not have burned through some easy gets for you, so you can ease your way back into the vacation.
Thank you.
So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it would be.
I like that you've thought through this.
Like if you come back and I have booked all the people you usually book, and you come back and you're like, well, crap. I mean,
No. I've never once thought about
we
that.
can't get this guy on, this guy on, this girl
Yeah.
on, this girl on. So I occasionally think about getting somebody different on. Oftentimes, I won't say that, but sometimes they're not guests that we'll ever have back on again.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I think that has happened before. Taylor is obviously not in that situation.
So she's back today, 11:45, live from ACC Media Days. Forrester's mic really quick. Am I correct? ACC Media Days today?
Yes, they started.
Okay,
Yes,
just checking.
In
just
Charlotte.
checking.
You had them in Amelia Island earlier in the office. They're in Charlotte.
I bet they'd rather be in Amelia.
Oh, no doubt.
They
In
do
Charlotte,
something at Amelia
They
Island.
do their, I think, their spring meetings like the SEC does down in Destin.
Clay Travis on the show, too, his usual time. That's all coming up, all presented by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. As we jump into the conversation today, a big story in the NFL that we'll get a reaction to early on. Saquon Barkley, 1 year, $11 million deal with the New York Giants. That is agreed to last night, signed throughout the evening. Big news this morning. Saquon Barkley is locked into a 1 year deal. It is the 1 year deal for $11 million that stands out to both of you guys. Saquon Barkley, when he's healthy, is what?
He is one of the top 2 or 3 running backs in all of football. It's one of the reasons Daniel Jones made that jump from very average quarterback to playoff quarterback, because Saquon had arguably his best year last year. Look, I mean, that's the franchise tag. That's That's the going rate right now for the top 5 average salaries for running back.
That's right, because Josh Jacobs hasn't signed, what is it, a 1 year, $10.4 million.
Same offer.
So it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, what jumps out at me is you can be and Saquon Barkley is a top 5 running back.
Oh, yeah.
Even in spite of all of his injuries, you could be that, and you could only get a 1 year deal out of it. It's crazy. Like, if you give a top 5 pass rusher, I mean, pick any of them, a top 5 pass rusher, Saquon Barkley's injury history, is he only getting a 1 year deal?
No.
Give a top 5 receiver, Tyreek Hill, for the Dolphins. Give him Saquon Barkley's injury history. Can he only get a 1 year deal?
No. It's really the only position consistently, at least lately, where guys are trying to only give 1 year deals.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable.
But you look at his numbers last year. I mean, he had a career high 1,300 yards rushing. He had 10 touchdowns, and he tied for the team high 57 receptions. I mean, this guy can do it all for the New York Giants, and without him on that offense, I think it's pedestrian at best. Now, I mentioned this yesterday. If I'm these running backs and I'm only getting a 1 year deal and I'm not getting what I view as fair market value, then I want to be incentivized. He did get a $1 million incentive-based bonus. And it comes down to if he hits the equal amount for 1,300 rushing yards, 11 touchdowns, 65 receptions. Which, if he stays healthy for 17 games, he should be able to get that.
He should, yeah.
But it's only $1 million. I mean,
I know.
I'd be like, give me $1 million. Well, am I reading this wrong? The $1 million in incentives includes an equal amount paid for, so maybe it could be $3 million. 1,300 rushing yards, 11 touchdowns, and 65 receptions.
Oh, so no, I think it's the 1 million total, because if it was that, I mean, 65.
Or maybe you just got to hit one of those 3 to get your $1 million.
Maybe so.
Anyway, there should be more incentives, I think.
Yeah, I'm like you. $1 million is, like I said this week. I mean, shortly after I bought Forrester and I coming back from Nashville lottery tickets, someone won it was $325 million. Somebody won it, and now it's $20 million. And I told Forrester, I said, that will be our luck. We're going to win the lottery. We're going to win the lottery with just $20 million.
Yeah, only $20 million
instead of $325 million.
At that point, our luck.
At that point, I can't give everybody up here $1 million, because then I will be broke.
I know nobody's content in life. Most people aren't content in life. But do you think anybody's ever said that?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch, I was 1 week late from winning the right lottery.
I won $20 million. It could have been $350 million a week ago.
Well, I mean, you look at what defensive linemen, my point here, my analogy, you look at what defensive linemen are signing for, and then you're the running back. It's like, oh, yeah. Okay, I'll get $1 million incentive. Meanwhile, Quinnen Williams is set for life.
Yeah, but the difference is, like, that would set you for life. They're on the field doing the same thing, or not necessarily the same thing, but one is getting actually beat up more than the other.
Yeah, but I mean, if you so I remember 1 year back on our radio days, Daniel Jeremiah, our buddy DJ from the NFL Network, was on the show, and he said he was just randomly talking about the draft, and he said, if I could give one piece of advice real quick to dads out there for all their kids. If your kid is trying to choose between wide receiver and defensive back, and he loves them both, make him a defensive back.
Right.
He's like, I can't tell you how much film I watch on wide receivers, and we have to beat the bushes to find good film on defensive backs.
It's a great point.
And he's like, I mean, and by the way, defensive back, that money spends good too. I mean, they pay really well in the NFL.
Hey, and by the way, if they like to eat, defensive tackle don't hurt either.
No.
That money spends really good.
Interior lineman. But that's what I was going to ask you. Like, would you right now, I mean, this seems very nearsighted, I guess, but if you were a dad and your kid was a really good, would you kind of push him away from running back?
Oh, yeah.
I think I would too. I mean, it's no different than like if my kid's a good shortstop or a good left-handed pitcher.
No, this might be an
Or a
opportunity
good football player and a good left-handed pitcher.
for the marginal running back to, for these guys to start possibly getting scholarships. I don't know about the next level. But yeah, if I've got a great athlete and he wants to play running back, you can pretty much play 4 or 5 other positions.
Yeah, I mean,
on
he
the
can
field.
easily play defensive back if he's big enough. Might even be a middle linebacker. Put some weight on him. I mean, I wonder at this point if your dads is that kind of the position you're pushing your kid away from, because it looks like and maybe this changes. I don't know, but it looks like the most disposable position in all of football for a long term.
Hell, I'm still going left-handed pitching. Put that ball in the left hand from the moment they come out of the womb, and golf clubs, so that they can,
I agree
they can do
completely.
business. So they can do business deals the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, and I know up front, and MW Myers 14 over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room is right. They take a ton of punishment. They take more than anyone. Up front, offensive, defensive linemen, safeties, linebackers, but nobody takes the punishment of a running back.
Just look at the collisions they have on blitzes.
Yeah.
Blitzes
when they don't even touch the ball.
When they have to pick up defensive ends and linebackers just to protect the moneymaker, the quarterback.
And what do you get for all of that? You're fighting to get a 1-year, $11 million deal.
Yeah.
And that's my point. Like any other position that's that elite doesn't have to fight for a 1-year, $11 million deal.
That's right. Rusty's a good point, too. I'd be throwing my soccer ball, too. Let's go kick it around the backyard and see if the Saudis like you enough to offer you a $1 billion 2-year contract.
Yeah, I think I have got to. I think I would have to steer my kid away from running back right now.
Yeah, that's over in our chat room, the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We're going to have some fun with these NFL retro uniforms here in this segment, so don't go anywhere. Before you tell us about Gutter Cap LT, our first sponsor in this segment, I want to ask you guys, because he's taking the podium right now at the American Athletic Conference Media Days, which are ongoing today at the Star in Arlington. Navy's head football coach is taking the podium right now.
Oh, couldn't name him.
Can anybody name him on this desk?
Nope. Now, listen, I couldn't say the last one's last name ever, but I could call him Coach Ken. I could tell you who it is.
Ken Niumatalolo.
You could literally, and I'm willing to say
Niumatolo's right.
I think it's Niumatolo.
I thought I said that.
I don't know. You could walk 5 guys in here and say,
I know.
Hey, pick the Navy coach. And you could have one of them wearing a Navy University polo, and I'd be like, no, you're trying to fool me on that. I'm going with the other guy.
Well, I think there are some programs, and not that Navy was ever a premier program, but they were really solid for a long time, and they were so unique that you knew who that was. Stanford is so far. Do you guys know who Stanford's head coach is?
I know they hired the guy from Sacramento State, but I can't say his name.
I don't know his name either.
A former Cal quarterback, by the way.
Yeah.
Is his last name Phillips?
Nope.
I can't say his name. They hired him from Sac State, though.
Very popular last name.
Smith.
Taylor.
Troy
Taylor.
Troy
So I'm
Taylor.
just saying there's a lot
so
of
good it could be a first or a last name.
right.
No, there's so many forgotten programs that have hired guys that people just aren't going to remember who that guy is.
I mean,
right now.
Tulane was in a New Year's Six Bowl last year. Won it. Beat USC. How many college football fans do you think can name that guy?
Willie Fritz.
Well, I know you can. I said how many college football fans can.
I'm a college football fan.
Okay, Jim, you're one. So I'm asking the percentage. Do you think? I mean, very few could name Willie Fritz. That guy's he's had some success.
Here is the American Athletic Conference rankings brought to you today by Gutter Cap. This is the projected rankings by the media. Tulane is picked to win the league at 20 first-place votes. UTSA second, 9. I got a sneaky feeling about SMU because all we've been talking about is Tulane and UTSA. Rhett Lashley's boys, they're in the Dallas metro area, picked 3rd. Memphis gets a first-place vote at 4. Florida Atlantic, East Carolina, North Texas. UAB gets 1 media vote at number 8, slightly ahead of Navy. And you brought up about Navy, and this is why I decided to go ahead and throw this up right now. You said Navy has a pretty good recent football history, right?
Oh, yeah, they do.
If you'd ever told me UAB preseason ranking ahead of Navy, you'd think UAB has done something to get out of where they used to be, and they have. They've accomplished a lot.
I mean, Temple had game day in the last 5 years.
That's
Tulsa's had moments. South Florida was number 2 back in 2006. And Charlotte, like Will Healy for a minute, who's no longer there.
Boy, I missed on him.
Had Charlotte going in the right direction.
But if you tell me, if you want to just know the job Bill Clark has done, you've moved up to what in recent years has been called the 6th Power 5 conference, the best non-Power 5 conference, and UAB's projected 8th, middle of the pack. And if they finish that way, I think a lot of UAB fans will be disappointed. I think if they finish right there, that's a hell of a coaching job by Trent Dilfer in year
Boy,
one.
if I'm a fan of 4 teams that were in the AAC last year that are behind all of these CUSA teams, not happy.
So it's
When you look
weird
at
how
Navy, Temple, Tulsa, and South Florida.
It's weird how, I don't know, like you watch things and then certain things come up. Like this morning I was surfing through TikTok and I found a production. I don't know where it came from, I don't know if it was made for TikTok or what, but
Probably
it was
China.
It was almost like
China.
It was almost like a documentary on the 2006 college football season, which was one of the most fascinating seasons we've ever had. And it was the year South Florida had climbed all the way up to number 2 and lost at Rutgers.
2007 is what Bobby is saying.
Okay,
for
yeah,
USF.
that's right.
Yeah,
'cause I was,
7, I'm
I was
sorry.
doing the show with that. I was one that said 6. I was doing the show with Ian then.
Bobby is right. 07. My apologies. And I saw that, and then I saw the release of the AAC, and I'm like, man, if I'm a South Florida fan, how far they have fallen.
Can we see the rankings one more time?
They're a complete afterthought in that conference. And, I mean, within recent memory, now it's been a minute, 2006, I'll grant you that. But they were number 2 in the country. And really, once they fired Jim Leavitt, they've never quite reached that
They
again,
have
have
not.
And you can tell the Michael Jordan sell has hurt Charlotte as well. They're down at 14th. All right, Gutter Cap bringing you part of the show here. We'll get into some instant reaction to the NFL throwback uniforms that have been announced or are about to be announced. We'll just pop them up on the screen, and I want you guys to give me A to F on what you think of these.
Okay.
But Gutter Cap bringing you this part of the show.
205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. Again, it's a dirty, dangerous job. Don't get that ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the call that we made decades ago. Call our good friend Chris Stewart. We'll come out and give you an absolutely free estimate. It's got a lifetime warranty. They'll put that aluminum panel system over the existing gutters. It will not allow any debris in the gutters. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Everybody raise up your drink. We're going to have a little fun with football uniforms. Thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola and the maker of Body Armor. Body Armor Light, the peach flavor today.
Have you ever had the Mamba? The Kobe one? It's not, you can't get it in light.
Does Tyler have the Mamba?
Oh, he does. Tyler's got the Mamba. What do you think, Tyler? I like that one.
I really like it. I usually either get this one or the blue raspberry, but those are my two favorites.
Is the Mamba grape?
It's
grape and
strawberry and grape.
Okay.
Yeah, which apparently was because Kobe. For those that don't remember, Kobe had an investment in Body Armor very early. Invested $6 million, and when Coca-Cola bought Body Armor, Kobe cashed a $400 million check.
Yeah.
Was that a good investment? You think?
Yeah, pretty good.
I'll go ahead and tell you that I've never heard of the Mamba drink or any of that stuff right there, but as Jimmy Current rolls, I'll be drinking one tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. I've had it before, and I think that was actually Kobe's mix. Like I think he told them, I'd like strawberry and grape together, and they mixed it, and that was what Kobe's his drink was. So they still sell it.
Here are some throwback uniforms. Forster's going to put them up randomly, one at a time, and we'll just go around the room. Hey, just open everybody's mics back there too, Tyler. For those that, how many of you can see it? Everybody can see it? Okay, here we go. This is the Oilers. We did this one yesterday. A to F. We'll go in there first. Forster, Lunsford, Tyler, in that order. Go. Forster.
It hurts my heart since Lunsford is a Titans fan, even though he says he's not. But that's an A. I'm not a Titans fan, but I am wearing an Oilers hat right now. It's an A++.
Yeah, you don't even look like you changed since I won at poker last night. Tyler?
I haven't.
That's an A. I love the powder blue.
Wow.
Ryan?
A+.
A+. LT?
Yeah, capital A.
Yeah, capital A for me too. That is.
I like it when they sent out the tweet too with Derrick Henry on it. They said the Titans. It only said Oil Derrick. That's pretty good.
Oh, that is really good because that's what those things are called, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. A little faster on responses. I don't need to call your name. Just give them to me in that order again. This is the crisp and cool Indiana Knights. This is the Baltimore Colts. If you do not recognize the uniform, Forrester.
That's the Indianapolis Colts.
I'm going to go D on this one.
D.
I'm going to go D too.
F. I do not like the black helmet in the all blue.
D-.
F for me as well. Tyler?
That's an F. It looks like a high school uniform.
It really does.
No,
Tyler's right.
It really does.
It
You're
looks
right.
like Duke.
Yeah, it's like Odessa's Colts.
It's like
I can
it's
see
like
Chelsea wearing those.
It's like a high school team. No, it is. It's like a high school team. They wanted to go with a monochromatic look, but they didn't have a blue helmet, so they just have to go black helmet. It's like it doesn't even match.
Next one, Forrester. This is the New York Sack Exchange throwback. They'll wear this week 1, week 4. The whites with the old, who was it? Klesko? And,
Klecko. Mark Gastineau.
And Gastineau. I combined them. Klesko.
Yes.
Forster.
I'll go B+. This is like a high school that couldn't afford better uniforms. I'm going to go D.
I'm going to go C. They're okay.
I think it's a C. It doesn't do a ton for
Yeah,
me.
these are the best of times Robin Williams, Kurt Russell uniforms. I would go a B-, C+.
This is a D for me.
I just don't like the helmets.
I don't like the helmets. I thought they got it right when they went back to the old Joe Namath uniforms. These are the uniforms of the 80s that I didn't like.
Yeah, not crazy about them.
And they blend in to the old turf fields back in the day on television. They blended in too well.
Yep.
Next one.
Oh, the Browns.
This is the Cleveland Browns 1940s helmets. Forster.
These are awful. F. I'm going to go D+.
I'll also go D plus.
Yeah, I think a D plus for these as well.
Dude,
yeah.
I would go a B if you had the regular Browns helmet.
Yeah, the white uniform.
I
with
like the
I'm
white
with you.
uni.
Yeah, I don't hate the uni. It's
I
the
like
helmet
the
that kills
striping on the sleeves too.
Yeah, with that helmet, I don't know who it is.
I don't necessarily like the shadow box numbers.
I've never liked the drop
Yeah, I
shadow.
probably would go C actually.
Yeah, I'm going to go D because I think I'm watching a Bowling Green game. What's next?
Oh, good call. That is Bowling Green.
These are the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
I'll give them a B.
Greatest uniform of all time.
Did you play in Homewood?
I did play at Homewood.
You guys
and wore
had
this
good
exact
lawyers.
look.
You guys had good lawyers. Never had to pay the trademark infringement.
Yes.
This is a B.
As much as I hate this franchise, that's an A.
Yeah, it's an A.
It's A plus for me. This is number one. This is ahead of
Better than the Oilers.
better than the Oilers.
It is number one.
Oh, I would not go better than the Oilers,
No,
but
this-
it's number 2 so far.
This is number one. The Oilers is second for me. What's next?
Oh,
This is
God,
this is
the Lions.
Art Deco Lions.
Yeah.
Do we even need to rate?
everybody's an F.
Anybody not going F?
I
Yeah.
want to go like a C.
Why?
Oh,
I
look.
don't like the line on the helmet, but just the colors I like.
Oh,
By the way,
terrible.
later, let me tell you about where I found 2 next round hats last night.
Hey, are they-
We'll
This
talk
is
later.
Arena League, is what this
Yeah,
is.
it is. They're not wearing that on Thanksgiving, are they? Because
I don't
that's
know.
going to ruin Thanksgiving.
I don't know. Is there any more?
It's
We got more.
awful. I mean, that is a.
Oh, we got
terrible-
more.
that's
Okay,
a
keep
terrible
going.
uniform.
These are uniforms NFL teams will wear this year.
Oh, A plus. I love the old Seahawks uniform.
I do too.
A plus plus
Yes,
plus.
that's
Better than
such
all?
a good uniform.
Yeah, these are awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's right there with the Oilers.
Yeah.
Those are my 2
Yeah,
favorites.
I would put it in front of the
I have
Oilers.
no idea why they got away from this. I don't know
don't either.
why some franchises feel the need to
Yep.
mess something up that
I'm
is
with
perfect.
You. I'm with you. This was
Everybody
such
had
a good
like a dark period. Like the Titans
Yeah.
went to the Navy, the
I know.
Seahawks went to the Navy. It's like a B for me. I like
Jim
it. but it's not supposed to be-
Zorn.
Oh,
Steve
Steve
Largent.
Largent,
Oh, I
Ricky
love
Waters.
those
Kenny
teams.
Easley.
The
Yes.
Kingdom,
Oh,
the
such
Wave.
a good uniform.
Yeah. What about you, Brown?
Oh, it's an A plus plus
Yeah.
plus
Tyler?
plus. Best
A
one yet.
plus. This is one of the best ones we've
Best
seen.
one yet.
Oh yeah, A plus.
It's going to be a B for me. Just too many silver helmets in the league.
I like a good silver helmet.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of like the new ones. Okay,
Yeah.
what's
I
next?
think they ruined it with the new ones.
Kelly Green, Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I'm going to give this an A too. Yeah.
I like. Hey, we don't have time for a model. We're just going to throw it back to the big days.
I know, just show the way they wore them.
Well, the Eagles haven't confirmed that they're doing this yet.
Oh, well, they should. I
It's
like
been
this one.
rumored.
Yeah, I like this one. The old Randall Cunningham, Reggie
They
White
could
days.
slightly modernize this without going to the dark green they have now.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Now,
I'm
I
a
li-
C on this one.
Yeah, the
like
black
a C,
green
too.
is, or forest green, whatever you want to call it, is no good. I would go B plus,
Yep.
A minus.
I think it's a B plus, A minus. I'm with Lance. I like this old uniform.
I'm going to go C plus, B minus. I wish they'd go today's helmet design, that color though.
yeah, I need a little more
I like that.
definition on the wing there.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
the only
that's right.
problem with it. But
That's
I did
right.
like that. I did like that era of Eagles uniforms, the Randall Cunningham
Yeah,
era.
it just looked like we've had so many head-on collisions that we've chipped the green paint off our helmets.
True, yeah.
What's next?
Very high school.
The Vikings Classics.
I mean, that's their normal
Yeah,
uniform,
I
isn't
don't
it?
see anything different.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one didn't really stick out to me as like what's the big difference?
Yeah, so I'll pass on this.
I instantly say to myself, they don't give away the Heisman in the NFL. Why are we posing like
Exactly.
that? Okay, let's skip over that
That's a pass for me. I mean,
What's
same
next?
uniform. They didn't even change their uniform. They'd have.
You heard of these guys, Jim?
Oh, Donovan, your creamsicles are back.
one. I'm going to shock you. Only a B for me. Our 2002s are a better uniform.
I disagree.
the pewter scooter, the Warwick Dunn uniform.
This is so unique, though.
It
compared
is.
to everything else.
And it was so fitting in 77 what you guys went 0-16
Yep.
that people.
0-14, and then lost the first 12 next year. 0-26.
Okay, so it was so fitting, and it was the identity of this organization. Why not own it? Because I mean, it's a good look.
Yeah, I like this. Is
It
an
is
A
so
for me.
unique.
I do like the pewter scooter though. I do like that one.
The 2002s are so good.
Yeah, this is an A.
And I know everyone loves the crazy colors and the very, very
The flamboyant pirate.
the very happy pirate.
Yeah.
All right, that's some throwbacks. I
Oh,
assume.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh,
whoa.
what, we got one more.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I thought
Don't
you
say-
saved,
favorite
I thought you
one.
saved America's team.
Oh,
for
no,
last.
I saved the best for last.
Oh, we
Okay.
got Falcons, Scotty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Red Falcons helmet is good.
That is the best helmet
I think
in the NFL.
You should wear it every week. I
It is
think.
the best
Yep.
Falcon helmet.
Best Falcon helmet.
Best
yeah.
Falcon helmet.
No,
Yeah, it is the best Falcon helmet. What are you wearing that with? Are you going to put it on the
It's got to
stupid,
be silver britches.
stupid black, or are you going to go red and the silver breeches?
I think it's going to go on the black uniform. I'm not sure about the
I don't like them. They're going to wear it three. They like it so much, not once, not twice, 3 times this year, according to that graphic.
Because it's badass.
It's got to be the Grits Blitz uniform for those for me. And by the way, that sort of was like the Georgia Bulldogs, and they're pretty hot right now. So you guys should ride that bandwagon.
Did they go away from Silver Britches because it was too Georgia?
I don't know, but it was very Georgia.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, Kirby will let them know if they can wear them or not. But that's a B plus.
You know who won't let them know if they can wear them or not?
Who?
Atlanta Journal-Constitution, because Kirby owns that place now too.
Neutered them.
Yeah. All right. That is some throwback uniforms to start our show here, which is being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Wonderful company there, Hemp Hill. They can help you with the. By the way, heat index today over 100 degrees locally. We're going to kiss 95. I think this is the way it's going to be start of football season. It's hot as heck out there today. Be careful. Some places listening to us, 112 heat index today, unless you're listening in Phoenix, where it's going to be like 113.
Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. That's simple. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, and make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceinnoc.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
You know, used to when I would go to the Atlantic coast, Brown, I was scared to get into the ocean because I always thought the Atlantic had more sharks.
Right.
But it seems like every day I see shark video from my Gulf Coast.
Well,
every day.
It's wild, yeah. The Gulf Coast.
There are plenty in the Atlantic.
Yeah. I'll never forget. So when I was a kid, we started out going to the Gulf on vacation, like every other family around here pretty much does.
Don't tell me you started going to.
We did. We started going to Hilton Head because my family loved golf, and I'll never forget the first time I walked on the Atlantic Ocean. Or the beaches of the Atlantic. I was like, what is this crap?
Yeah. This isn't sand. This is mud.
This is not a beach. This is awful. And then I got in the water. I'm like, oh my God, this stuff is frigid.
That's right.
Where did the beach and the ocean go? I mean,
I do love people and how they back up where they're from. Like the Gulf's water is too hot. It's too warm.
It's perfect.
The sand is too sticky.
Oh, it's like sugar.
You mean sugary sand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, we've got the best beaches.
Yeah.
Not in the world, because I can't say that, because there's some other awesome beaches.
Although I have been told we got a mutual friend that has been to a lot of places in the world, and he tells me the Gulf beaches might only be second in the world of all the places he's been, maybe first.
Yeah. He's a big fan of the Turkish beaches, right?
I think he told me I think it was the Red Sea. He said the beaches at the Red Sea are incredible, but the Gulf beaches are right there with them.
Yeah, we're really good. So too are our friends at Legacy, official sponsor for years and supporter of UAB athletics and just the institution itself. In fact, Legacy has been dedicated to serving the education and healthcare industries here in the Birmingham metro area for 6 decades, and they do that with UAB athletics too. You'll see Legacy Pavilion right there prominently downtown, the campus, the practice facility for UAB football. They're excited about the upcoming season and the Trent Dilfer era down there. Legacy also excited with different ways to help you. Car and truck loans, everyday checking, no monthly fees, no minimum balance. You can get all the details at legacycreditunion.com. But I tell you about the lifestyle loan all the time because you never know what's happening in your life, like some unexpected medical expenses. See my buddy LT. And, that'll pop up. Maybe you want to take a dream vacation, or maybe you want to throw a pool in your backyard like LT did a few years ago. Legacy can help you with that as well. That lifestyle loan, no collateral required, affordable low rates as well. Get all the details at legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. We'll unveil our 40 and 40 team as we work our way to the top 6 today in just a second. One college football note, another big recruit from Georgia. Justin Williams, 5-star outside linebacker, picks Georgia. He's from Conroe, Texas. You think you can get some good food in Conroe, Texas?
Well, I bet you can. That is a long way to go for a recruit.
It came down to Georgia and who, do you think?
He's from Conroe, Texas. Since you asked that, I'm going to say it is not Texas or Texas A&M.
It is not Texas, Texas A&M, TCU, Houston, UTSA. Nobody in the state of Texas.
I'll go LSU, Georgia LSU.
Came down to Georgia and Oregon, which probably...
Boy, this kid did not want to stay home, did he?
Dan Lanning tie.
Yeah. Well, probably tells me Dan Lanning sold him early on in Georgia, moved to Oregon, almost flipped him to Oregon. He goes to Georgia. He's their third 5-star recruit. They now have 10 of the top 100 ESPN 300 players, and on On3 Sports, a combined rating system, Georgia is number 1, Ohio State 2, Florida 3, Alabama 4, Michigan 5 in the rankings, but another pickup for Georgia.
I've got some breaking news here, and it's not good.
Yeah, I saw this too just now as we were coming back, Lance.
All right, developing news. What do we have? We'll do our 40 and 40 team later on next segment. What's our breaking news?
This according to TMZ Sports, and I would say they're very credible. Would you agree?
TMZ gets a lot of stuff right, yeah.
LeBron James' son, Bronny, was rushed to a hospital after suffering cardiac arrest during a basketball workout, TMZ has learned. Family spokesman tells TMZ, quote, yesterday while practicing, Bronny James suffered a cardiac arrest. Medical staff was able to treat Bronny, take him to the hospital, now in stable condition, no longer in ICU.
Yeah, that's what Dan Wetzel is adding to the story. Now in stable condition, no longer in ICU.
Well, that's good.
That is good, but alarming, that he was in ICU. I mean, that is super alarming, as Scott is showing you the statement there, or at least the report.
Yesterday, while practicing, Bronny James suffered a cardiac arrest. Medical staff able to treat Bronny and take him to ICU, as LT was telling you. LeBron and Savannah wish to publicly send their deepest thanks and appreciation to the USC medical and athletic staff for their incredible work and dedication to the safety of their athletes. It sounds like it could be one of those defibrillators that our friends at Stop Heart Attack deal with.
Yeah, we've got one in the office here at Double Down Media. It goes on to say the sources say it was a code 3, meaning ambulance lights, sirens, which signifies seriousness of the emergency. A couple of things. I'm shocked they were able to keep it under wraps for 24 hours. And then the other thing, you just wonder how it's going to affect this fall for him and in future.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is scary. This is something that at that age, what is he, 18, 19?
Yeah, 18.
Somewhere in there. I mean, when that happens to you at 18 or 19, I think the inclination is let's hit the brakes here and let's make sure this is not something that is going to be long-term, right? Can I still continue doing what I'm doing and not be at any further risk for this?
And instantly everybody thinks of DeMar Hamlin and what we saw unfold on Monday Night Football, but keep in mind, that has been related to what was an impact, they believe.
That's right. Actually, I first thought of Pete Maravich, which obviously there is a big age gap. I think Pistol Pete was in his late 40s.
Oh, yeah.
50s,
he was retired playing pickup basketball.
Yeah, but just playing pickup basketball and just died right there on the court, if memory serves. I think he was dead when they took him away and just died of a heart attack.
Yeah, we all go back to Loyola Marymount back in the day, Hank Gathers in that situation. But really good for Bronny, but you know, my point being on the DeMar Hamlin thing, that was a contact thing that caused his heart to stop suddenly in the middle of the field. When you're playing basketball, I assume there was no contact that maybe have caused this. So that raises the concern level for me about, you know, where he goes next and what is going on. But obviously good news that Bronny James is now stable and no longer in ICU after suffering a cardiac arrest during a workout at USC yesterday, as that news comes first from our friends at TMZ Sports there, who developed that story. Scary. I can't imagine. Can't imagine one of my kids.
No doubt.
Yeah, and again, we have no idea. I mean, he might be playing basketball next week, but I was really looking forward to watching Bronny at USC, and hopefully we'll still see him at USC because I don't know what to expect. It seems like LeBron, as good as he was this year, really wants to extend his career because one day he wants to play with Bronny. And whether that's next year, 2 years, or if it never happens, I don't know. But I was really interested to see how good this kid is.
All right. So that is a developing story there. One other basketball note to tell you about here, since we were in the sport of basketball, college basketball, USC. Big announcement yesterday between two programs that we have seen very little of in the regular season. North Carolina and Kansas announced a home-and-home series in the regular season, November games, home and home, on their floors on campus, November 8th, 2024 at Fog Allen in Lawrence, and then November 14th, 2025, so this is next season and the season after, in Chapel Hill. It will be the first time ever Kansas has played in Chapel Hill.
That is hard to believe.
It really is. Yeah. I mean, when you think about, Dean Smith, Larry Brown, Roy Williams,
who coached at both places. I mean, you would have thought Roy would have had him in.
All of the crossovers, and arguably, I don't know, could you say 1 and 2? I mean, UCLA's right there, obviously, with all of those championships. But when we're just talking about the tradition of basketball, the love of basketball, you can make an argument Carolina and Kansas are 1 and 2.
I think when you go all-time wins, you can check me on this, Brown. I think it's the conversation between Carolina, Kansas, and Kentucky, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think those three programs is where, the all-time wins comes in. But Carolina and Kansas, a home and home in 2024, 2025. I don't think Carolina's played in Lawrence since the 60s.
I can't remember.
Yep.
I mean, I've never seen that game.
Kansas is first with 2,385 wins, Kentucky 2,377, and North Carolina 2,343.
So I got it right, 1, 2, 3.
You did. Would you guys think you could guess who's fourth?
All-time wins?
Instantly, you would say UCLA because of their dominance.
Kansas, Kentucky, North Carolina.
I'm not going to say UCLA.
I'm going to go Indiana.
That's a good guess. I am going to go. Let me think for just 1 second.
UCLA and Duke are going to be right there.
Yep. I'm going to say it is.
Oh, just say it, Jim. It's painful.
God.
Painful. Just guess.
Is it a power team?
It's Duke. Yes.
That surprises me.
It's taking forever.
I was going to say somebody like Penn or somebody like that.
Where is Indiana on that list?
Indiana's 10th.
Okay.
Okay, give us the top 10, just out of curiosity.
Kansas, Kentucky, North Carolina, Duke, UCLA 5th, Temple 6th, Syracuse 7th, Notre Dame 8th. You don't think of them in those terms. Notre Dame's 8th all time.
Used to be really, really good.
St. John's is 9th. They got a coach right now, St. John's?
They do.
Do they?
They can move up that list.
Yeah, okay. Indiana is 10th.
Yeah. That's a good list. I mean, St. John's, Syracuse, and a team like Temple, I never pulled the trigger on Temple, were the ones I was hung up on.
Temple's been playing since 1895. When you've played that long, you're going to win a few games.
Yeah, some seasons back then, though, Brown, were like 9 games.
Have they ever won a championship?
Temple? I have no idea.
Because, John Chaney, I think, only got them to an Elite 8.
We'll do our 40 and 40 in the next segment and then get to Clay Travis. Wayne's brings you part of the show today as we celebrate 50 years with the great folks at Wayne's. If you want a business model that has worked, I mean, just think about something that has been as successful as Wayne's for half a century. That's what Wayne's is celebrating with all their employees and all their customers right now. And the offer we have for you from the next round to you with our friends at Wayne's is for new customers and existing customers. So even if you've been with Wayne's for a week or 50 years, you can still take advantage of this by using our promo code TNR. TNR, you can save on the lawn care service with Wayne's, mosquito protection, the pest control, termite protection, all by using the promo code TNR. Save $50, $100, $150 on any of those platforms. Stack them together. CallWaynes.com is the website. CallWaynes.com, promo code TNR, or call them up 866-WAYNES1. New or existing customers for the pest control, termite protection, lawn care, mosquito service, promo code TNR. CallWaynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. Back to college football when we come back on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Okay, Alabama basketball announcing as we speak who will play in the CM Newton Classic. That's one of the events that our friends at Night Edie puts on down at Legacy Arena. The CM Newton Classic. Last year it was Gonzaga, right?
It was, yep. And before that, it was Davidson, which was a replacement for somebody. And I can't remember who the game was supposed to be, but the team had to back out, and Davidson jumped in at the last minute.
And beat them.
I can't remember. Yeah, they beat Alabama. Yeah. I cannot remember, but I think the team had COVID issues.
Right.
And they were not playing at the time, so Davidson jumped in their spot. And it was like, I mean, Davidson literally like 4 or 5 days before the game jumped in.
It wasn't Utah, was it?
I don't think so.
There's Liberty. That's Liberty, right?
That is Liberty.
That is Liberty. The Flames, Jimmy D.
Yeah, Alabama Liberty, December 30th. Saturday, December 30th, down at the CM Newton Classic, a little later than usual for that event. So that is announced with Alabama basketball, that being thrown out there.
Yeah, Liberty, a couple NCAA tournaments. Richie McKay has done a good job there. They probably missed one on the COVID cancellation. They had a really good team. So last couple years they haven't been in the tournament, but he had probably 3 straight tournament teams there.
Our friends at Odie's bringing you part of the show today.
Yeah, Odie's Team Trivia coming up tomorrow night. It'll be me, Brown, and Dayton. Make sure you join us. We'll get there a little before 8 o'clock, start a little after 8 o'clock, but get there early, enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis. He's been doing it for more than 3 decades, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich, ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come join us. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, so in the ACC Media Days, this comes out as Duke makes an appearance there this week as well. They've extended Mike Elko's contract through 2029. No details released. Also a bigger salary pool for his assistant and support staff there. Did a well of a job in his first year there with the Duke Blue Devils.
Look, Duke, they were a difficult out. You always look at Duke as kind of the Vanderbilt of the ACC. They're not going to be that under Mike Elko. I don't know how long Elko is going to be there, but you saw the success he had as a defensive coordinator from Notre Dame, Texas A&M, now the head coach at Duke. And he's got a really good quarterback in Riley Leonard coming back, and it's going to be an interesting opener for a team we're about to talk about.
That's right. Let's get to our UCA 40 and 40 team before Forrester unveils it. Tell us about Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama, patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Don't forget about that Men's Health Center, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment.
All right, here we are. There's the Clemson Tigers. A nice little bump up from what Penn State was yesterday. Some really good teams here in our top 10 as we get to the best of the best, some national championship contenders. And that's what you think Clemson can be this year.
Well, look, they've done it when they've had elite quarterback play, from Deshaun Watson to Trevor Lawrence. DJ was not that guy. Cade Klubnik has shown flashes. He just hasn't been consistent. I think a lot of it has to do with the wide receiver position. Adam Randall is supposed to be an absolute stud if he can come back 100% from his injury. We know that Will Shipley is going to be one of the best running backs in all of football. This offense wasn't terrible last year. It looked terrible, but they averaged over 400 yards a game. They averaged 33 points per game, but Brandon Streeter's out. Garrett Riley's in. I think he'll be a difference maker. Offensive line's got to get better. But when you look at the schedule, they're going to be favored in all 12 games.
Yeah, starting with, you mentioned an interesting opener, and everybody's going to get to watch Clemson week 1 because that game at Duke is the Monday night ESPN game, that 7 o'clock Labor Day night game.
Could be a good one.
It could be. It opened as Clemson minus 10.5. I just looked at mybookie.ag and get Clemson at 12 right now, so it's only going up from the open. I don't know what that tells you, Lance. Clemson favored 12 in that one.
I would take Duke plus the 12.
I mean, feels like sleepy atmosphere, more Clemson fan than Duke fans.
I don't know. I think Duke will have actually a good crowd. It'll be more Clemson fans.
Yeah, not a lot of seats for Clemson to eat up. It's a small arena.
It is, like 40,000 at Wallace Wade, right? I don't know. I just that Duke is coming off a really good season. You almost, for Duke's sake, wish they could start with Charleston Southern rather than play them week 2. But you get Clemson right out of the chute. So,
so here's
Clemson. We'll see how you are.
Here's Clemson's new OC, Garrett Riley. Last week, they had a sort of a media day on campus before they went off to ACC media days this week. Garrett Riley talks about how the offense will define success for this year's Clemson team.
How will this offense define success moving forward?
Score more than they do. I mean, whatever it takes. I don't want to be labeled as we're just going to go ultra fast and that's it. I want to dictate tempo, and we want to be explosive, but we also want to be methodical and shove it down people's throats at times. And so I just hope that we're going to be versatile that way and have a mentality where we can do that and take over games, whatever's required. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Fair to say Klubnik has a higher ceiling than Duggan did last year in his offense?
Oh, yeah. I think Cade Klubnik, if he can get protection and that offensive line gets better. I was just going to say, Mrs. Riley will never have to answer any milkman questions.
No, it looks just like his brother.
Those guys are spot on.
Yeah, just like his brother.
Unless the milkman looks like both of them. That's when you answer that question. If the dad doesn't look anything like him.
See old man Riley, right?
It will be interesting year 2 without Venables on this defense. Defense, for Clemson has really been their calling card, and this is pretty amazing. Since 2011, 84-2 when they allow less than 120 yards rushing. Yeah. So if you can't run the football on Clemson, you're not beating them.
We were talking about College Game Day yesterday because they announced they were going to the Battle of the Carolinas week 1 in Charlotte, the neutral site game in the Mayo's Classic with North Carolina, South Carolina. I think week 2, it's abundantly obvious they're going to be in Tuscaloosa for Alabama and Texas. But I think if you look at week 4 right there, that's probably your College Game Day game. It's the biggest game in the nation. Clemson should be undefeated. If Florida State can get past LSU, far from a given, they would be undefeated. It's going to be one of the bigger games of the nation.
But even a one-loss team, Florida State, if their loss is to LSU, that's still going to be a big game.
There's no doubt. I mean, they're probably still in the top 10, even if that loss is to LSU.
It's one of those Mike Norvell realizes, hey, we got the one loss to LSU. If we lose to Clemson this early, if we got 2 losses in September, we're already done. Yeah. This is one of those schedules where, again, they're going to be favored in every game, but there's tricky games all along the way.
And especially, Miami is Miami, but you're on the road there. NC State could be sneaky this year. And then you get the big one with Notre Dame. That's a interesting trio of games there.
And then you still have Drake May at the end of the season, a quarterback that, he completely lights you up. You've got a shot. And then out South Carolina.
Yep.
Team that beat you last year.
They lost that game.
2 first-round draft picks potentially at quarterback the last 2 games of the year.
Yeah, and in South Carolina, going back, that 31-30 loss, if they win that game, they're more than likely in the college football playoff.
That's a good point.
South Carolina ruined 2 seasons.
Yeah, Tennessee
and Clemson.
Yeah, Tennessee's and Clemson back-to-back weeks.
Tripp says Klubnik, as a 5-star in high school, he is miles ahead of Duggan. And I agree, but let's don't downplay what Duggan was able to do last year. The kid was a baller and led TCU to the national championship game sometimes on his own back on some drives.
Yeah, Klubnik's got a lot of work to do to ever be the overall college player that Max Duggan was.
Yeah, you can have an unbelievable season and not have the same skill set as Klubnik does. So that's why I brought up the ceiling is much higher for Klubnik. We'll see if Garrett Riley can pull it out of him this year. A lot of good vibes coming from Clemson. Our number 6 team today in our 40 and 40 brought to you by our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. A movie question for Lunsford after you tell us about UCA.
Yeah, a patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists.
Lunsford, I know you and Bobby in the chat room, you go to a lot of movies. It's been a minute for me since I've gone to the theater. I think I went to see Top Gun Maverick after the pandemic. That may be the only movie I've gone to the theater to see since the pandemic.
It's the last one I've seen in the theater, and I think I'm with you. I think that's the only movie I've been to since the pandemic.
Do you guys just not enjoy going?
No, I used to go once, twice a week.
I like going to the movies, but my thing is I only go to a theater if I think the movie needs to be seen in the theater. So
there's nothing that you're like, man, I want to see this so bad, I want to go now.
No, it'll be in my house, within a month.
I'll go to Oppenheimer.
Zero chance I'll do that. I can't sit that long.
Yeah, I might go tonight.
I'm just saying, Top Gun with the flight scenes, I want to see that on the big screen with the sound. But, a normal, I can't even think of an example, but
the
just
bomb
a normal.
explodes a lot bigger on the screen.
I would think that Oppenheimer's one of those too.
Okay, but the issue there is the 3.5 hours.
I'm bringing this up because today I read, and this is how long it's been since I've gone to the movie. Does AMC offer premium seating? Are we assigned seats now at the theaters?
It's been assigned seats for a while now. It's not premium seating, one seat's better in the theater than another seat in that same theater. The seats are just better in general, and it's assigned seating. It's been that way for probably 4 or 5 years now.
I hesitate to ask you, of all people, this question. Have you ever had to ask somebody to get out of your seat?
Yes, I have had to ask somebody, but it's usually because, if you're in row F, in Prime is the main theater, the good theater at Vestavia. It's F1 through 14, and they'll sit in 14 instead of 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just a simple mistake usually.
But I've been since the pandemic. You're telling me 4 or 5 years. I went last summer, and
this is every theater here was assigned seating.
So I was the doofus that was just sitting in somebody's seat.
Not every theater.
Every AMC theater here is assigned seating.
The one in Lee Branch, that AMC doesn't have any assigned seating.
That's the one I go to.
Yeah, that's my home theater.
Yeah.
Okay, that may have been where I
that's
watched
a fake
it.
Theater. That's a bad theater.
No, it is not a great theater. It's better than the one in Vestavia. The one in Vestavia it looks like whoever runs the Vestavia one, they wipe their ass with the Vestavia theater.
Really?
Prime is good, but the rest has fallen apart.
Right.
Prime is the kind of their IMAX. Basically, it's not quite as big, but it's better sound, better seats, all that kind of stuff.
Would tell me, because everyone is saying NH3425, the Amstar and Alabaster has assigned seating. Is the pricing different on certain ones? My wife she's got to be in the middle of the row, in dead center,
back
certain
back
way
of the
up.
theater middle. That's me.
I like being in the
I think they've talked about doing that. I don't know if it's ever actually taken hold, but I do AMC A-list, so every movie is paid for.
I'm not paying the same to sit on the front row. I'm not sitting on the front row.
Yeah. See, to me, I like sitting in the very back, so I don't have some jackweed behind me kicking my chair.
That's right.
Or talking behind me. I want everybody in front of me.
Back row central. That's my seat.
I go straight mob. I want everybody in front of me.
That's right. I want the mafia seat.
Yeah.
Is that one of your thoughts, though?
No. I'm furthest away from the exit, but I just I can't stand somebody to uncross their legs and kick me.
So here's my progression.
But
I go back row central.
Yep.
And if that's not open, then I look at the back row seats that are right on the stairs, because then you got a ton of leg room, right?
Yep.
If those aren't open, I start progressing down to the furthest back I can get central.
Yeah.
If I walk in a theater and the only thing available is the front row, I'll just go to another movie. I'll punt that idea and go to another movie.
I go where you actually enter the theater on the two sides.
Yeah.
I go up behind that because there's usually 4 seats and you can put your feet up there.
Yeah, but you're just off center. That's my only issue with that, Lance.
I was going to say that other than back row, that's my second favorite, being sort of sitting over the portal, entering the place.
I like that, or at the end of the stairs where you've got all that leg room in front of you because it's nothing but stairs.
See, but I'm used
you're
to
off
that.
Center.
I'm on my couch downstairs. I'm all the way to the left, so I'm a little off center there too.
Yeah, I like that.
So it's like he's at home.
Yeah,
perfect.
If you go see this in a normal theater, it's assigned seating. You can pick where you want to sit. I haven't paid for a movie ticket in probably 5 years, but I would assume that it's the same price.
Because you're an influencer about movies?
Well, that obviously.
Hey,
but
do you have one of those?
Have A-list.
Do you have one of those popcorn tubs you take?
No.
I
don't really do popcorn.
How do you get A-list if you're not paying for anything?
Well, you pay $20 a month, and I go see 7 or 8 movies a month. I basically pay for one movie, and then the rest are free.
Oh, wow. Damn, that's well worth it. Too bad there's not a lot of good movies.
You can see 3 movies a week with A-list. It's like $20 a month.
That's why.
But that's about what a ticket is.
That's why
now.
you go see a bunch of shit, right?
Yeah. Well, now you're paying for concessions when we get them.
Yeah.
But the ticket's free.
So
and it's all assigned seating at the normal theaters.
You pay $20 and you go see unlimited movies.
Yeah. You can only see 3 a week, but who's going to see more than that?
Damn, I spend $20 a week on movies at home. I'm following this thing on Twitter, and it reminds me of movies I haven't seen in forever. Are you guys familiar with the movie Blowout from 1981?
Never heard of it.
Nope.
Well, it came out 42.
Sound of Freedom.
You guys keep making fun of that, man. One of the most important messages in America right now.
We're not making fun of the movie.
Okay, well, nobody's seen it yet. But 42 years ago yesterday, Blowout came out with John Travolta. Brian De Palma wrote and directed it. It's kind of a Hitchcockian film, but really good. And I had kind of forgotten about the movie. I'd seen it a couple of times, so I paid $3.99 and rented it last night.
All right, our friends at Bromberg's wrapping up this hour, and then we'll get to Clay Travis. Tell us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. You're thinking about popping the question, make sure you get in and see the fine folks at Bromberg's Jewelers. They've been a sponsor here on the Next Round from day one. Love those guys. Stop in Mountain Brook, the Summit. You can also go online, shop right now, go to brombergs.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second hour of the show, Clay Travis. In just a second, Bronny James, as we told you the first hour, rushed to a hospital after suffering a cardiac arrest during a USC workout on Monday. The James family issuing a statement today saying Bronny is now in stable condition and no longer in the intensive care unit. That is one developing story out there. Clemson is our number 6 team on our 40 and 40. UAB's at the American Media Days. The ACC Media Days are underway. All that update brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, and you see him on Fox Sports as well. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Clay's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline to show you how sometimes gambling can just be blind luck, potentially. Did I see right? You're 12-2-1 on the Women's World Cup right now?
Well, first of all, it was a rough night last night for a Women's World Cup gambling all-star like me. I went 1-2 last night, so it was a shot to the ego. So what does that make me? 13-3-2.
13-3-2, and you had seen none of these teams play before this, right?
The U.S. women,
Okay.
but I don't know a single talent. I mean, in all honesty, my entire gambling thesis here is that countries with more human rights are going to win.
Okay.
So all I have done is look at 2 teams. So if we've got China going up against France, I'm going to pick France because the women of France have more freedoms than the women of China. Right?
Yeah. So you're betting on human rights, basically.
Betting on human rights, and so far I am 13-3-2 without knowing anything other than which country has more basic human rights for women.
Wow. This is a great learning tool. I mean, I think this shows that the more rights you give humans, the more they succeed.
There is a trend.
Well, look, I mean, I made this argument for the first time last Women's World Cup. This is the first time I've actually bet on it. But people always say, well, how come the U.S. women are so much better than the U.S. men at soccer? And I mean, my answer is because women in America can all wear shorts. And lots of places around the world, women can't wear shorts. And so, the success of the U.S. women is not about us having necessarily better athletes. It's about us having the freedom and the wealth and the luxury for women to be able to compete in sports. Because in most of the world, high-end male athletes are able to excel, right? They will be found, they get developed, the economic resources are there to allow a really talented man, no matter what country he lives in, to rise to a high level. Now, in general, the more freedoms and the more wealth a country has, the better athletes it produces. I mean, that's a general rule that I think sort of works across all borders, but it applies more evenly to men than it does to women. So all you have to do, I really believe this. And remember, I don't know how many the total is. It 32 or 48 or whatever. I don't remember how many Women's World Cup teams there are. But these are actually the least repressive countries in many ways in the world, because certainly Saudi Arabia, where women just got the right to drive, probably not going to have an incredible women's soccer team. Just going to toss that out there. And in Iran, where until recently women weren't even allowed to go watch a soccer match in a stadium. Like, they would legitimately not let women in the stadium. I think the U.S. women are probably going to be better at soccer than the Iranian women because, one, our women can wear shorts. Two, they can go to watch soccer games. So, I mean, again, I don't think you have to be an incredible handicapper, but last night, a little bit rough, went 1-2. Don't know what happened to New Zealand. The South Korean women, they really let me down. All their hardcore fans out there in the world just are like me, kind of befuddled by the performance that they put forth last night. But overall, 13-3-2.
Be prepared to go into a funk because people are starting to notice. I reached out to you last night because I got a text from a friend.
Yeah.
Clay Travis has won 12 women's World Cup matches betting on how those countries treat women in their own country. Ask him who's winning South Carolina, Columbia, please. And we came back with South Korea.
South Korea, not South Carolina. I thought we were going to go South Carolina, North Carolina. I was like, I think they treat them equally.
But, with all that said, this theory really doesn't hold water if you go back to the 80s and the Soviet Union and how they were treating their athletes. I mean, their athletes were dominant.
Well, I mean, first of all, they were doping. So, I mean, and I think you could apply it to Eastern Germany, too. And it is kind of fascinating to think about, they used athletic success as a proxy for overall world domination. So communism in that era required that the athletes perform at incredible levels because they had to prove that they were better than capitalism. We know how, by the way, that ended, at least those of us who are old enough to remember how the Cold War ended. But also they were, and the evidence has continued to come out, the amount of doping and steroid use that was going on was crazy even by the standards of that day. So, and may also be the case that threatening to kill your family if you don't win a sporting event may, lead to harder effort in training. I don't know what the data would reflect on that, but I'm sure
it's good motivation.
I'm sure that happens sometimes. Yeah, Mother Russia was willing to kill your mom if you didn't particularly perform at a level that they thought you should.
Other than that, was that the heyday of the Olympics when you had the political backdrop of the Olympics?
Well, I mean, first of all, we didn't have them for much of the 80s, right? So the U.S. pulled out in 1984, or the Russians pulled out.
Russia in 80, U.S.
Russia in 84 in the L.A. games.
Yeah, in the L.A. games.
Well, Mary Lou Retton won because the Russians, not to cast aspersions on Mary Lou Retton's history here, but she won the women's the gold medal in gymnastics because the Russian gymnasts were not competing.
Yeah, huge break for her. Yeah.
Huge break for her. Got on Wheaties because of it.
Yeah.
You actually, maybe nobody benefited more from the Cold War than Mary Lou Retton. There's a thesis for you. When you actually look at the situation done away, though, I don't think it's done because this is now occurring with China, right? Because China is trying to use athletics as a proxy, whether it's hosting the Olympics. I think they just had the Winter Olympics. Obviously, they had Beijing in 2008, if I remember correctly. They hosted the Summer Olympics, and there's been controversies. I mean, they have age limits. I think you have to be at least 16 to be a U.S. gymnast or a world gymnast at the Olympics. You guys, somebody can Google that to confirm. I think you have to be at least 16 years old, and there's all these arguments that China is using girls who are younger, which then goes into a really interesting, to me, I've had this debate with my wife, who was a high-end gymnast when she was at Michigan. If you can dominate a sport before you hit puberty, it seems to me that would be a substantial flaw of the sport, right?
I would agree, yeah.
And so the idea was that Chinese gymnasts were 13, 14 years old and capable of winning at a very high level, but they, I think, raised the age limit. You have to be at least 16 to compete in the Olympics. But that China was cheating as recently as 2008, I remember that being a huge story.
Clay Travis is with us, Outkick, and at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So SEC Media Days just left your town. I know you didn't get to participate a lot because of your other obligations. But was there a takeaway from you from everything you saw going on around SEC Media Days there in Nashville, which, by the way, I think was like the construction situation was unfortunate. But I thought it was a great spot for Media Days, and I assume the SEC will be back there frequently. I think that'll be heavy in the rotation.
Yeah, I thought it was captivating. Nobody gets my Dunaway captivating joke?
Oh, yeah, captivating. Dunaway was captivated by whose eyes captivated you?
No, it was
captivated of Greg Sankey.
Yeah,
Greg Sankey captivated you.
Well, I mean, Clay, I'm sorry that Sankey didn't stumble into a room you were at in Nashville and come back after his sign time and just hang out with us for 100 minutes and talk about farming and baseball and then a little dry football.
He actually came to our party. The Outkick party that we threw.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was there. I didn't see him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got a later night curfew, I guess, than you do.
I guess so. I was out early, yeah.
Yeah, he came in, but he's an awesome guy. But no, I think the idea. I know you guys are Birmingham based and doing it in the gallery for a long time is a tradition of sorts. But I believe they've announced Dallas next year.
Yep.
I think moving SEC Media Days around makes a lot of sense given the size and scope of the conference, and I think it's competition, right? Because each of the cities competes to put on a better version of the event, much like we see with the Super Bowl every year, or we were talking about the Olympics earlier. Everybody looks and sees. I'm sure there were people from the Dallas group that will be putting it on that came to Nashville and they, took notes and said, oh, we really like the way this is set up. We really like the way this is done. What I would say in general is SEC Media Days has changed a ton because when we first started doing it, the coaches would all come walk down Radio Row. The players would all come walk down Radio Row. And we'll see what happens with CBS winding out. But basically the entire thing, I would imagine, will be an ESPN production starting next year when ESPN takes over effectively all SEC rights. And I think it's a better television production. I think it's a worse in-person environment, if that makes sense to you guys.
I agree.
There's just less, serendipity, as it were. I don't know. Was there a single story that actually came out of SEC Media Days this year? Really, something that everybody talked about on a show or anything else? I mean, it didn't feel to me like there was any actual news. And anyway, so my one thing would be, I think there needs to be room for the unexpected, for the zany, and I think as it's gotten more corporatized, it has become much less of a news-making event, if that makes any sense.
So our 40 and 40 team today was Clemson, and I'm going to ask these guys later in the show when we get to 4 downs this question, but I wanted to throw it to you. Who has a better chance of winning another national championship first? Is it Dabo Swinney or Nick Saban?
Well, it's interesting because this is the last year of the 4-team playoff, right? So I would say in general, Clemson's path to the 4-team is easier than Alabama's because I've actually believed this. I think it's harder to win an SEC championship than it is to win a national championship. And I know there can be debates about that, but there are a lot of times where you're going to get 2 SEC teams in a 4-team playoff, but only one can win the SEC championship. So I actually think it's harder to win an SEC championship than a national championship. And within that context, I think it's way easier for Clemson to win an ACC championship and basically stamp themselves, even with the rise of other programs in the ACC and the seeming decline of Clemson in that same window. So I would go, but you only got one 4-teamer left, and then you're going to a 12-teamer, which I think helps an Alabama and hurts a Clemson. So I would go Saban.
I want to thank you for your financial offer to move me to the front of the tattoo lines in Nashville. I did not see that offer. Maybe that would have gotten me a tattoo. My phone wasn't working, and by not working, I mean my fingers were not working because of the bourbon I'd been drinking, and I did not see that text from you until the next day. But I was on my way to get a tattoo, and if I was a business person in Nashville, I think I would open a tattoo parlor right downtown because both of the ones we stumbled into with great reputations on, what was that, a Tuesday night, could not squeeze me in. It was an amazing scene.
You guys texted me, which was funny, as if like you thought, oh, Clay will have a tattoo hookup. I mean, I wouldn't get anywhere near a tattoo needle. Like you would have to pay me a ton of money to get any kind of tattoo at all. But I did. I think it was relatively late night. Respond and say I'll offer to bump you to the front of the line and Venmo one of these guys, but I never heard back. What were you going to get a tattoo of?
It was going to be my daughter. My daughter has one. Now remember, I was already under anesthesia.
It's going to be a big heart with Greg Sankey's initials inside of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Listen, my vocabulary is from a trailer park in Alabama. So I'm looking at captivating in the here online, and I used it wrong. Apparently, I apologize.
No,
for
you didn't
that.
use it wrong. I when I hear one man describe another man as captivating, it feels like like one, you're gay. 2, that like you just came from your first gay date and were like sitting across the table staring into one another's eyes. Like if you said, I knew I was going to marry my wife after our first date, it was captivating, I would be like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But one man describing another man in a sports interview as captivating was I've never seen it before. So, again, I think the Greg Sankey heart tattoo that you're going to get on your ankle is going to be really cute.
Well,
maybe lower back.
Trust me, I'm in fewer pictures with a guy named Buck than you are, so we're good. It was going to say long live. My daughter has one. We're big Swifties, and it was going to be on my very muscular right bicep.
You're going to get a
long
Taylor
lived.
Swift tattoo on your bicep?
I was, yeah. If I
He's
could have,
maybe a good, you might have been really fortunate that it was too crowded that time.
Dodged the bullet. He's getting more and more manly as we talk.
That's exactly what my wife said the next morning when I explained to her what had happened. She was like, "Well, thank God."
I'm a big Taylor Swift fan too, so we at least overlap there. I find her performances quite captivating.
Hey, did you find Oppenheimer captivating? Have you seen it yet?
I haven't gone to see any. Laura, my wife, is taking the bar exam today and tomorrow. So for the last week or so, by and large, we haven't been out, very much at all. So. I don't know if I'm going to go see Barbie or not. She hasn't made a strong argument that she wants to go see it. Obviously the reason I would go see it was because she would sleep with me after we came back from Barbie, which is, I would imagine, why 95% of men that went to go see Barbie went to go see Barbie. But I have not. She has not made shared a strong opinion about wanting to see Barbie. And so I'm certain see Oppenheimer. I want to see the new Mission Impossible, which I haven't seen either. So I would imagine we may go when she finishes the bar on Wednesday and go watch the new Mission Impossible with the boys. But we haven't. No, I've not seen it. I didn't see either of the big movies over the weekend. I did catch up, and I don't know if you guys watch. I watched The Quarterback, which I thought was fabulous on Netflix, and I caught up now on The Righteous Gemstones, which is an insanely funny show.
It really is.
So that's been my general viewing of late.
I was intrigued by this because I think it was Hutton that told me your wife was taking the bar. Does she plan to practice as an attorney, or is this just to finish off an accomplishment?
Well, so we met 20 some odd years ago at Vanderbilt Law School, and when our boys are all old enough to go back to school. They're all back in school now, so the frenzy of having young kids around the house is not the same. And when I sold Outkick, at one point there was 19 attorneys on a Zoom call on the Fox side, and it was like me and like two other attorneys, and I was having my wife read all the docs and everything else. And so she's really good at it. And so I said, why? You would have been, actually really good at doing all of these, read the contracts, analyze it, stuff that we deal with on a regular basis. And what I have found, and this is no shot against any attorneys, but unless you have skin in the game yourself, it's hard to find somebody who really cares desperately as a lawyer about the outcome. So I think basically she's going to be the general counsel managing a lawyer for everything that we're involved in.
Oh, okay.
Which it's amazing to me how much stuff we have coming through on a regular basis that has to be reviewed by lawyers now. So anyway, that'll be her, and then she's going to find other things in the law that she finds to be fulfilling to do. So I'm proud of her. I mean, it's pretty impressive. Nobody's ever done it. She went back 20 years after finishing her first year and finished her second and third year, and will pass the bar hopefully today and tomorrow, and be an officially licensed attorney.
Good for her. Tell her congrats on our behalf when that happens. Thank you, Clay, for the time, man. Have a great week.
All right, appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot.
All right, see you, Clay, with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. I wanted to come back to the quarterback thing that he was talking about there.
Can you do it after our friends at Tough Dog?
I certainly can. Tough Dog. They are the people that updated my garage. So listen, you've probably been in like a high-end auto dealership and you've seen those coated floors, maybe a high-end garage somewhere that does high-end work, and you've seen those coated floors and you're like, man, that looked great in my basement. That's commercial only. No, it's for residential as well. I've got it in my house now thanks to Tough Dog. They come in, they test your basement, make sure it works there, make sure you don't have foundational issues or moisture issues. Once you clear all that, because they don't want their product to fail, they're going to make sure it's going to work right before they even put it down. They come in, they sand it down, they smooth it out, and then they apply that coating there, and then the flakes. And Scott is showing you video from my very own garage. This is good for garages, basements, pool surrounds. It's not like epoxy. You've seen the epoxy. Well, this doesn't crack or wear out like epoxy does, so that's good. It doesn't yellow in sunlight like epoxy does, so that's good. It looks amazing. It's easier to clean. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip, so you're not going to slip and fall and hurt yourself. It's got a 15-year warranty, so they back up their work. I mean, this product is just terrific. I am so happy I did it in my garage. You can do it as well. Here is the number to call, 205-947-3639. That's 205-947-3639 or toughdogggaragefloors.com. That is TUFF, toughdogggaragefloors.com. The quarterback, I had somebody at church Sunday tell me they watched it. They're a Chiefs fan. Loved it.
Do you know who the three quarterbacks are they preview?
Kirk Cousins, Patrick Mahomes, and Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, which is very interesting.
Yeah, and she was like, they're all so different. That's what makes it interesting. And I said, I've only heard good things about it, but I've heard the most annoying thing on there is Patrick Mahomes' wife. And this lady is a Chiefs fan. She's like, as much as I love Pat, I got to agree. Yeah, his wife wears me out.
So we don't get any of his brother.
I don't know about that.
Of course, I think his brother might be in jail.
I don't know what's wrong with it. His brother's got some issues, obviously. But I have heard really good. Scott says it's really good.
Yeah, but he also says she's not as annoying as you thought she was going to be, right?
Yeah, I expected it to be a lot of Brittany. It's she's not that bad. And it's very little of the brother. I don't think he spoke in any of it.
So speaking of Brittany Wagner, Last Chance U, we're going to be doing that show, Cocktail Hour, live 1:15 today.
That's right.
Had to move it around.
A new time today, 1:15, but it'll still be available on all the podcasts throughout the day. But the live part's at 1:15 today, shortly after the show.
Well, the reason I bring that up is, one of the bars for Netflix, at least sports programming, the documentaries, I thought Last Chance U, the first couple of seasons, were outstanding. So is it as good as Last Chance U?
Yeah. I mean, there's no Buddy Stevens like the.
Right. Well, he's one of a kind, I think, there, Scott. I mean, is it better than Hard Knocks?
Well, I don't get to see much of the Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
I don't have HBO.
All right, so that's our Clay segment. A little bit on QBs. Netflix is?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
That's
yeah, I've heard it's really good.
All right, quick break here. When we come back, Tyler in for Rockstar all week, but he's here now all the time because he's a number 11, the official employee number 11 here at Double Down Media. Tyler will have our viewing menu, and we'll jump into our 4 downs in the next segment as well. Playing off Clemson, who's our number 6 team today. Taylor Korn, who's handling everything social media, reminding you to like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up wherever you are. She has sent out the question, Clemson is number 6. How many wins does Clemson have this year? I'll ask these guys that question before we get into 4 downs. That's all coming up next right here on the show that is brought to you in part by our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham today and at Bud Light, 32 days away from the kickoff of the college football season.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Back with you on the next round. 4 downs in just a second. Can we give a big congratulations to one of our guys on the show here who got his next chance yesterday, and he's going to a team that he could be a big part of this year. Jay Sternberger of the Stallions signs a deal with the Bills. The Bills have an injury situation at the tight end position up there. They like to play multiple tight ends. Sternberger gets a chance now after leading the USFL with 7 touchdowns. He came on the show a few times this year. How about that?
That's pretty awesome. And you figured he would get an opportunity. You didn't know where, and going to a place like Buffalo, really exciting. Dalton Kincaid, though, is going to be
he's the
next
guy.
level. Yeah.
I mean, he's the guy, but they oftentimes roll with 2 tight ends out there, the old Patriots way of doing things.
Yeah, no, Jake's going to have to play special teams and get on the field some in certain, situations, but good for him. I mean, this is why you're playing in the USFL, to try to get back to the NFL. As the photo shows you, he had a few moments with the Packers, and we talked a lot about him with that. So he's got some NFL experience.
And of the Stallions team, the day we had Skip on, Brandon Aubrey with the Cowboys camp, Alex Magoo, we were in Nashville when it was announced, Green Bay camp. He's got a chance maybe to win his way on the roster as Jordan Love takes over there. And Austin Watkins, the wide receiver in the Browns camp. So 1, 2, 3, 4, as many as 4 Stallions this year off the back-to-back champions getting a shot in USFL camp.
Feels like the run's over, Lance.
Well, no, and throw out Skip Holtz. Rumors were that he had the opportunity to take that Northwestern position. So that shows you winning in the USFL can lead to bigger things.
A little bit more this year than last year of the USFL players, which is a good sign for that league. New Life Art brings us what Tyler is watching tonight. At his age and our age, not always really the same thing. We'll see what Tyler's watching tonight, brought to you by New Life.
Yeah, our friend, artist Daniel Moore just announced that next masterwork in oils, Legacy Continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Order right now, DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
All right, tonight on Netflix, you've got a new comedy special from Mark Norman, Soup to Nuts. The comic is making bold and insightful observations on everything from soup to nuts. If you're a fan of Norm Macdonald, you might like Mark Norman.
I love Norm Macdonald. So this guy's a lot like him.
Yeah, a lot of wacky observations and just dry one-liners.
Norm Macdonald, to me, is one of the funniest people that's ever lived. I don't know if you guys liked his
I thought, yeah. I mean, he was, obviously very dry. That was part of it.
I loved it.
I thought he was good, yeah.
I love Norm Macdonald. So this guy's like a newer age Norm Macdonald, huh?
Yeah, I would say he's a younger Norm Macdonald.
Now, don't get frustrated with me the way Rockstar does, but tell me where that's on again. I wasn't listening.
It's on Netflix.
Okay, Netflix. And the name of it is what? Soup to Nuts?
Yeah, Mark Norman, Soup to Nuts.
I'll see if I can find that.
And
do you guys like soups, by the way?
I could leave or take soup. No, the crazy thing about that, I was thinking what Tyler said.
It's better than me saying, do you guys like nuts?
No.
They captivate me.
The crazy thing is,
oftentimes
when Tyler was saying that, I was thinking the origin of that phrase is you used to start a meal with soup and nuts were the dessert. And I'm like, how crappy of a time were we living in when nuts were a dessert?
That's right. But we were at SEC Media Days. We're so pampered. Now, we didn't always eat the media meal, but sometimes we'd jump over there. Really good spread they had.
Yeah.
But they offered a soup every day.
Did
you notice that? And I only ate in there twice, but I rolled in there. One day we had the
They had a tortilla soup.
Tortilla soup, which was really good.
Yeah, I mean, that was the best media meal that I had was that day with the chicken tinga and they had, what else did they have? It was a Mexican thing.
Yeah, black beans, a bunch of stuff. And then the other day they had the broccoli cheese soup, which I thought, oh, this is disgusting, but it's free. So let me scoop up a scoop of this and see what it tastes like. And I devoured it. So I'm usually just like, we call it a fiesta soup in my house. I love that, and I love a chili. I don't usually do a bunch of soups, but those two are really good.
I mean, old school chicken noodle, beer cheese soup, if you've ever had that, lobster bisque, just plain old tomato soup with the grilled cheese.
Yeah.
I mean, soups are underrated.
So put me down as a check for soup. I like soup.
In the winter. I'm not a summer soup guy. I don't like soups in the summer. I'm more in the winter, and I do like chicken tortilla. Or my wife, taco soup that she makes is really good.
You call it taco, we call it fiesta.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing.
Yeah, I like a rainy day, fall, winter soup.
Fall and winter, I'm okay with soup. Summer and spring, it's just too hot to have that hot soup.
And can I tell you, I hope my dad's listening right now. I got a chance to spend a little time with Mom and Dad on Sunday. Dad, he has a garden, but he likes to cook. He's a cooker. He cooks some crazy shit.
Is he a griller, or does he actually get in the kitchen?
He cooks. Like when we got back from Mom and I went to church, we came back. He was like roasting in the oven some sliced zucchinis, and he had just pulled out of the oven a big thing of cornbread.
No, I love cornbread.
And I ate a hot slice of it, and I was like, God, I cannot find good cornbread anywhere. God bless her. Maggie can't make good cornbread.
God bless her.
And he said, you know what?
Another strike against her.
He's like, you know what the secret is? In his cornbread, he didn't tell me how much, an enormous amount of mayonnaise as he's making the mix.
Wow, that's interesting.
And grease from bacon.
Really?
So we're putting a heart attack in an iron skillet.
So
it's going to be good.
Basically lard is what he's doing.
But it was so good.
Hey, but so your parents, do they have that mason jar and save the bacon grease? Is that what they do?
I don't know where Dad got it, but I'm hoping that's where he got it from. He can get some stuff from some weird places.
That was always disgusting. Like any relative I went to back in the old days.
They'd have it sit on the back of the sink, the mason jar with...
Don't ever throw this away.
Yeah.
That's what my grandmother told me.
No, yeah.
Yeah, because it'll burn down the neighborhood.
And then you want me to throw this away? This garbage? No, son, that's bacon grease.
So most
use
people
that in all the meals
that you see cooking a meal in their kitchen, they're sipping a nice glass of wine. Did he have a Bud Heavy?
Straight back from church, didn't see him drinking.
Interesting.
He's battling little health issues, but love him to death. And I say a lot of things about my childhood, but one thing I always had was absolute love from those two, and just was great spending time with them. And he always asked about you boys. He's like, hey, they want any pickled peppers? I mean,
his jam was great.
He pickles and jams stuff all the time, and he's like, he sent me home with some salsas he had made, and don't open this until 10. This is his theory, till 10 days after the date on the jar. And I was like, well, why would you not just put the date for me to open it on? It was like,
let's make this as complicated as possible.
Like August 2nd. Don't open it until 10 days after that. And I'm like, so August the 12th. Why would you not just put August the 12th on here? Not gonna question the chef. Thank you, chef. But salsa. He sent me home some jams, some great tomatoes, which I've been just killing tomato sandwiches. Some peppers.
I love tomato sandwiches.
But he was like, "Hey, you think the boys want some pickles?" And I was like, I don't know. I just don't want to take them and they go to waste, Dad. Well, what's about pickled okra?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't want to take them down.
So homemade pickles are tricky. My grandmother, who could cook like nobody's business, used to make homemade pickles, and I always hated them. And I love pickles.
They came off too vinegary.
Yeah, she would have too much vinegar. She'd take my granddad's cucumbers out of his garden, and she'd make her own pickles, and they just never were any good.
Yeah, it seems like a pain in the ass to make pickles when you can just go buy a jar for $3.
Now, that said, I always worry about, I don't like to eat things unless I know what it is from my dad, because he'll fool you every now and then. I told you before that he'll kill a beaver and throw it in a crock pot and then take it up to his dart friends, and they think it's pot roast, and he laughs while they're all eating it. And he says, you know what that is? It's a beaver I shot down by the creek earlier this week.
Is he eating most every form of wildlife out there?
Oh, I would imagine that
what about skunk?
I don't know about that.
Well, I don't think he'd eat skunk.
But he's eating squirrel, and he's eating a beaver.
Does anybody know what the skunk meat would taste like?
Oh, it's got to be gamey.
Yeah. Got to get it early.
Yeah.
I mean, you know somebody bit into one of those glands early back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because I would imagine the early
you think
settlers.
the breath is done forever?
Yeah, I mean, the early settlers, how did they know a cow was good or a pig was good or whatever?
That eggplant.
Yeah, you had to try stuff. So I'm sure at one point somebody cooked up the skunk and they're like, woof, let's don't do that one again.
Yeah. Somebody was captivated by oysters back in the day.
I mean, the ballsy guy was the guy that went, underwater and pulled up an oyster and decided to open that thing up and eat what he saw.
Let me taste this shellfish's snot real quick.
I mean, you got to be starving, right?
Oh, was that easy to get? Actually, no. It was quite
it was
difficult.
really hard. I actually cut my hands opening the shell.
Yeah.
And luckily, I don't have any cocktail sauce or a cracker to put it on, so
I
it
know.
just tasted like snot.
Yeah.
What else are you watching?
Speaking of that.
So at 7 p.m. on Discovery, you've got Mako Mania, Battle for California as part of Shark Week. Off the coast of Los Angeles, a new population of super Makos is challenging great white sharks for hunting territory.
Wow, so Mako is the fastest shark in the waters. It can go over 40 miles an hour. And they come through our Gulf in the months of April and November. Just migrating
those 2
through.
months?
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
And then finally on TMC at 7 p.m., you've got the John Woo Classic Face Off with John Travolta and Nick Cage.
Never saw it.
I saw it when it originally came out. I let Jack, we watched it again a couple of years ago. It got really good reviews. I thought it was okay. It was unique, but I just thought it was very average. And speaking of movies in John Woo's kind of genre, John Wick 4 we've already had to take the knee to you here. We're bending the knee.
Oh, yeah. Lunsford had an update on that. What is it, Lunsford?
It took 5 days for Barbie to officially pass John Wick 4, so congratulations.
This is a reflection on our society. I do want to say that.
Easy win for you there,
that's
Jim.
what we were
If people would
betting
rather
on.
watch fun,
I should have known better.
fun comedies instead of somebody murdering a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Fun comedy.
Well, I'm sure it is.
Well, go see it.
Well, I don't really care to.
So
but
that
I'm sure
one's
it's a
over
fun
with?
comedy.
Yeah.
It's over. 5 days.
I mean,
John Wick after 4 weeks had 351.4 million worldwide. Barbie is at 356 after 5 days.
Wow.
Now,
So
is there any way there's a vacation of win and they pull some box office numbers back?
Yeah. Like, is Margot Robbie juicing by chance?
If they are, you still have a little over 3 weeks to still pass.
Yeah, I would say
So there is nothing that can happen in international theaters tonight that would change the outcome of this one.
even if Christopher
with you
Nolan
involved.
bitches and says, "Hey, look, those tickets were bought. They were supposed to be Oppenheimer." I heard he already made his the budget back in the first weekend for Oppenheimer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Oppenheimer did okay, all things considered.
Oh, I mean, $80 million. It exceeded expectations by $30 million on opening weekend. So good for everybody.
That was your easiest win ever right there.
Yay, America. Let's all go back to the movies in our assigned seats. Now-
Wicked Roller gives us a big review over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Tell me you haven't
Show.
seen Barbie without telling me.
Yeah, that's perfect. Wicked Roller. I'll read it. Barbie's a left-wing woke garbage targeted at 8-year-old girls.
Actually, it's PG-13. So if they were going to target at 8-year-old girls, they probably
They
would
did a
have
bad job.
Would have got the PG-13 rating.
What kind of edge gives it PG-13 though?
There's some I was told it has some adult themes in it.
Oh, you were told?
I just used the one example of when they first go to the real world. A guy comes up behind Margot Robbie as Barbie and slaps her butt, and she turns around and just yells, "I don't have a vagina."
Oh, yeah.
Because they're smooth down there. So
Yeah.
that's enough right there.
Was that a turnoff for him?
Well, I mean, yes.
All right, that's what we're eating and what Tyler is watching tonight there. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. The show's also brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. They will get everything right for your cooling system again today. Heat advisory in a lot of the country. I would say, I'm going to give you a stat that nobody probably can back up, and I'm going to say a quarter of the country tonight dealing with heat advisories.
It sounds about right. Hey, right now, if your AC is not running right, these are the guys you need to call. It happens all the time. People's ACs dropping left and right. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers. Plus, free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team there, they can service all makes and models. Again, call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
We'll do LT's 4 downs when we come back, off of Clemson and some other stuff. Taylor Tannebaum from the Atlantic Coast Conference media days. She joins us in 1 hour via Zoom. So you get to see Taylor again. That's all coming up right here on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Our friends at Way to Wellness helping you get some numbers that could save your life back in line. Blood pressure numbers, cholesterol numbers. Listen, it's a fact of life. As you get older as a man or as a woman, those numbers can get out of whack, right? Maybe you're gaining some weight. That's never healthy for you. If you start getting overweight, that can be dangerous as well. They can jumpstart your weight loss as well with our friends at Way to Wellness. By the way, if you're Googling that, that's WEIGH to Wellness. Way to Wellness there. It's about your weight. It's about your blood pressure, cholesterol, and other healthy numbers. Leslie and her board-certified team can take care of you. Find out how you can become a part of the Way to Wellness family thanks to us here at the Next Round with some discounts there. No contracts, no sign-up fees, first consultations free. All you have to do is go to this website. It's aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Just type that in to Google, aplanforme.com. It'll pop up. You'll click on that. You'll find out how you can set up that first free consultation. No contracts, no sign-up fees. Your journey to healthy living is our friends at Way to Wellness. That website, again, aplanforme.com. All right, before LT slides in with his 4 downs today, Trent Dilfer has spoken at the American Athletic Conference Media Day. Maybe we'll get something a little bit later on today. If not, we'll get it on tomorrow from our friends at UAB. But can you put the media vote up one more time in case you missed it in the very first segment of the show for you UAB fans and those fans of other American teams, AAC teams that will who may be watching the show, Tulane is the overwhelmingly top favorite to win it with 20 first-place votes after playing in a New Year's Six Bowl and beating USC last year. They ended up beating USC.
Oh, yeah,
right?
they did.
UTSA, who comes from Conference USA with Frank Harris, is next. SMU and Rhett Lashley, to me, a team to watch this year in that league. They could be the sneaky surprise team, picked third there. Everyone's talking Tulane and UTSA. Look out for SMU. They could do something.
Oh, yeah. Look, SMU, that offense. Rhett Lashley seems to be more comfortable where he is right now in his career.
They scored a lot last year.
Yeah. Tanner Mordecai leaving, though.
Yeah.
You know, that's a hit.
He's at Wisconsin. So he'll be there with Luke Fickell in there. So an interesting UAB comes in at number 8. They did get 1 first-place votes. That gets us to our 4 downs today. Our 40 and 40 team is Clemson at number 6. It's brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, 4 great locations. Get in for lunch or dinner. You can get a slice and a salad. You get 2 slices and a salad for lunch. Of course, at dinner, you get those specialty pizzas, local pizza, local ingredients. 4 great locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montebello, and out Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
More total touchdowns this year. Cade Klubnik or DJ Uiagalelei up at Oregon State?
You know, that's a good question. Oregon State's going to be good, but I think they play a little less wide open, a little less offensive style football at Oregon State. I think a little bit more. I mean, keep in mind, these new clock rules that I don't think we've talked enough about yet are going to shorten the games a little bit. I think that will play against maybe teams like Tennessee, who likes to hurry up a little bit. Oregon State likes to control the clock a little bit. I'm going to say Klubnik with more.
I think there are a couple things that are factored in here. Is Oregon State going to be playing from behind more than Clemson? My guess is yes. Are they going to be in more close games than Clemson? My guess is yes, which means DJ plays the whole game where Klubnik may be out in the fourth quarter. So for all those reasons, I think Klubnik is the better quarterback. I'll go DJ.
I'm going to go Klubnik.
Second down.
Now, Will Shipley eats up some touchdowns.
Well, here we go. More total touchdowns. Will Shipley or Christian McCaffrey? To me, Will Shipley is a McCaffrey light.
I'm going to bet on Shipley getting more. McCaffrey maybe even being hurt. He's had a history of that. Yeah. Everybody knows.
And they offense by committee out there, right?
Spread it around more.
But McCaffrey is a stud. Is there a chance Shipley's more physical than McCaffrey is?
I wouldn't say that.
Look, to me, I guess that's because I think Shipley's very physical. So what you're saying is I'm dissing how physical Christian McCaffrey can be. Okay.
Yeah, Shipley 15 touchdowns last year. Boy, it's going to be tight. If McCaffrey stays healthy, that's the big question. I'm going to go Shipley, though.
Yeah, I would too.
Third down.
I asked this to Clay Travis earlier, but better chance at another national championship, Dabo or Saban?
I'm still going to ride Nick Saban on this one. You know, could it be this year? Could it be next year?
The 14 playoff, I mean, just is one of the massive factors in this, right?
Yeah, because if Alabama can have their stumbles like they did last year and still make the playoffs, they've got a great roster. They don't have the best roster in football anymore. They may not even have the best, a top 3 of the rosters anymore, but they're pretty darn close. And I think they're ahead, on their 85 where Clemson is. So I'm going to go Alabama.
I'm going to go Bama too, just because I believe obviously Saban's the better coach. Dabo's got a lot more time to do it, but I'm going to go Saban here.
I think I will go Saban in Alabama. I think once you get in that 4 team, Alabama, if Saban is there, is going to be in there almost every year. Not that Clemson isn't, but you've seen what Alabama's been able to do, even with what are viewed as their lesser teams once they get in the playoffs.
Fourth down.
Okay, Walter Payton would have been 69 years old today. Bryce Young, 22 years old today. If I asked you ultimately better career, I know it's going to seem easy on the surface, but if Bryce Young lives up to his expectations, who has the better career?
I'm still going to go Walter Payton because he's already done it.
Yeah.
What I will point out to those of you that are younger than me is that we didn't have Sunday Ticket back in the day, right? So you couldn't watch every game. Right. And the Bears, I know a lot of you know them from the 85 Bears. But most of Walter Payton's career was played on highlights.
That's right.
For people that did not live in the Chicago area. I didn't get to see Walter Payton play a lot of games live because the Bears often were awful, and Payton was so good. He was so good on a really bad team, much like the kid from the Lions who retired early. What was his name? Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders. So
most of his time, you only saw him on Thanksgiving.
So for all you kids out there before Sunday Ticket, growing up in Birmingham, you got a heavy dose of the Dolphins from the AFC and the Cowboys and Falcons from the NFC. You almost never saw the Bears play.
That's right, and they were bad. I mean, the afternoon game, oftentimes was like the Rams or.
You got a lot of the NFC West because the Falcons were in it.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
And any season, Walter Payton played 16 full games, easily over 1,000 yards. Yeah. And you go back to his days at Jackson State. I didn't realize this, but he originally committed to Kansas State. Wanted to go to Jackson State, where I mentioned the name Robert Brazile. He played with Robert Brazile. He played with Jackie Slater, one of the best tackles in the history of football. And he was a first-team All-American there. And was completely dominant. I mean, his breakout game in 1972 had 270 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Okay, and here's my point. The Bears' record from 75 to 87 with Walter Payton. Now, keep in mind how many games they won at the end. They were 109 and 81 with Walter Payton as the running back.
I would have thought worse, honestly.
I did too until I did that. But that just shows you. I mean, they were virtually for 2 or 3 years, they were the best team in the league, even though they only won the Super Bowl one time.
I would go Walter Payton in this one.
Well, bird in hand. You've got an MVP, you've got a Super Bowl championship, and you've got a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, he's a great player, Walter Payton.
And a great person, apparently, too, right? I didn't know him, but Walter Payton's
the Man of the Year.
The Man of the Year award.
But if you're a Panthers fan and you ultimately have a better career out of Bryce Young, how good was Bryce Young?
Oh, Lance, not even a better career. If ever there is a debate near the end of Bryce Young's career, like who had a better career, Bryce Young or Walter Payton, then you far exceeded the expectations of your draft pick.
Yes.
Yeah. And it does, and it doesn't even have to be Super Bowls.
R2D4, no.
Bill
Snyder was not the head coach at K-State.
Yeah, I don't even know who was at K-State then.
Yeah.
That's when they were awful.
Yeah.
Yeah. But how about that? In the early 70s, offer from Kansas State, and you choose to go to Jackson State because that's where you wanted to go.
It would have been like Barry Sanders playing at Oklahoma State. Those were horrible Oklahoma State teams he played on.
Yeah,
or average.
Yeah, average. Jackson State was a power back then.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Holiday Bowl for Barry Sanders one time?
Maybe. I think they had an 8-win team, but I think most of his teams were losing records.
Yeah, that was 8-4 Holiday Bowl where he scored 8 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders back-to-back at Oklahoma State. They played on this one team together, did they not, at Oak State? Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders, I think. But those are some bad teams.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, Thurman played with Jimmy Johnson, though, right? Nope.
No, Thurman was before Barry Sanders.
Thurman Thomas was?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Thurman was mid-'80s, and Barry was right there at the end of the 80s.
Troy says Barry Sanders best all-around running back that's ever lived, he said.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an argument for that.
Carson Barry also set for Thurman Thomas a year and just returned kicks, so you're right.
Yeah, Thurman was before him.
How about that? All right, that is our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. Tell us about Slice again.
Yeah, and by the way, their quarterback, Mike Gundy.
That's right.
Slice, 4 great locations, created by the late Jeff Bajaya, just an incredible dude. His legacy continues. His brothers run the 4 locations, Jason and Chris. Get in, see them. Tell them the next round sent you again. Local pizza, local ingredients, best specialty pizza out there. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
By the way, any update on Red, your dog from Tampa? I know our buddy Matt from Southern Pigskin reached out to you via Twitter and gave you some good advice.
Yep, and I appreciated that. So shout out to Matt. I talked to the local breeder, and he said, you've got to be really careful. He said, yeah, there are caravans that will drive an hour or 2, and they'll piece this thing together. He said, but there's also services where they'll pick the dog up, deliver it for you. But some of those services will have like 4 or 5 dogs. It'll take them forever. The dogs aren't really treated good. But he knows one lady that does it, and he is reaching out to her today, so I'm trying to get that scheduled.
That is fantastic. On the flip side of that, Minnesota rookie Jordan Addison issues an apology yesterday because last week he was ticketed for driving 140 miles per hour in a 55 to get home for what he told officers was an emergency with his dog. He, in his apology, he doesn't bring the dog up again, but he says he's learned his lesson and he will never put himself in that situation again. 140 and a 55, 140 and a 100, 140 on the Autobahn is getting it.
Yeah, 140 in a NASCAR race.
That's a little excessive. I would ask, and he was in a Lambo Urus. I would ask, if I was the judge, details. Like, I need to know, and you got to be sympathetic. You got to hope the judge is sympathetic towards dogs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever had to go to one of these emergency vets, but Furio, he had a
not cheap.
He had a seizure in the middle of the night, and unfortunately, it was his last night. But I thought he was dying, which ultimately he was. But I mean, I was going, I don't know, 100 down 280.
Yeah. Speaking of 100, coming back from Nashville, Forrester's microphone. He and I were caravanning. We were in the same car together. We were what speed were we were in the left lane passing cars?
Are you sure you want to make this confession, Jim?
I do.
Oh wow! After all the criticism of my driving, you're about to.
Well, I am not on people's bumpers though. I leave.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Plenty of space to stop. But Alfa Romeo, our great sponsor today, I'm in a Stelvio, and sometimes they run so smooth. LT, you can attest to this. You don't know how fast you're going. But we're in the left lane. We're passing cars. I think I was doing 90 at the time, and some car comes flying out of nowhere and is up on my bumper. So I get over,
brake check him,
and let him. No, I didn't, because he was going that fast. I could tell he was closing. So
we would have been in trouble if he had brake checked him.
Yeah. So I got over, and then good NASCAR style, I got out right behind him, and I'm going to draft him.
That's right.
And then he's going 92.
Mm-hmm.
We're up to 94.
Right.
We're up to 95.
Okay.
We're up to 96. Yep. I can't keep up with him. So what did I say?
Oh, you can.
Well,
you just didn't want to.
Yeah,
you're in an Italian-designed vehicle.
But what did I say at 96, Forrester?
I just know you went hammer down at that point.
Yeah, I looked over at Forrester and I said, "We're at 96 already. I've never had this thing at 100. You want to just see what 100 feels like?" So I gave it a little more. I mean, I'm barely touching the pedal. This thing will do 140 easy. I hit the pedal just to get it. We hit 101 on the way back from Nashville. And then I quickly...
Milestones.
Forrester and I together. I mean, this does sound a little bit like Thelma and Louise. I'm sorry it's coming off that way. I didn't back off, and we didn't drive off the cliff, and we made it home safely. So, but 101 on the way back.
101.
101 on the 6.5.
Was it captivating?
You have to ask Scott.
It's a little nerve-wracking.
Top of the hour, Johnson RV, a little slower. Yeah, he did not trust my driving 1 second. Johnson RV Center can give you a little slower pace of life.
I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, road right by there at 101 miles an hour, Jimmy. They want you to make it a sweet southern summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. Travel trailers starting at just $139 a month. That's less than $5 a day. Fifth wheels, $439 a month. If you are uniformed, active duty, or retired military personnel, great discounts for you as a thank you to your service. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Quickly in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Riley says, "I'm in Tampa. I can bring the dog up to you."
There you go.
Riley, are you driving back this way, or do you live in Tampa? Let us know in the chat room. We'll check back with you on the other side. We are intrigued. How about that?
It worked.
And would you do it for some next round gear?
Oh, Lance will give him cash for the delivery of your dog?
We start negotiation. We can get somewhere.
This is important to Lance. Hold out for cash.
You always talk about him being the worst negotiator.
It's a
there
dog.
You go. I started with next round gear.
Yeah,
Who went cash first?
It's got to go cash.
We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 3 of the show, always brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Brown, after the long drink of a Diet Coke out of our cooler over there, is about to tell us something I find very interesting. From our friend Ryan Fowler, who does Sports Talk Radio in Tuscaloosa. I want to point something out. Sterling and his crew at Champy's Chicken open for lunch now. They've been open for about 5 minutes. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Unbelievable southern fried chicken. I love 2 big breasts and then all the great southern sides. You can get all that. Check out their menu, champy'schicken.com. Swing by there. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful place to go by there and enjoy lunch or dinner or for your tailgates this upcoming football season. What did Ryan point out on his show yesterday?
I saw Ryan. He tweeted it actually this morning. And then I saw our buddy Zach Blackerby, who covers Auburn, tweeting about this as well, that Bet Online had betting odds out on the starting quarterback, both at Alabama and Auburn. Now, according to what I saw from Zach, apparently I think they have flipped it overnight. I think they actually opened Ashford as the favorite to start at Auburn.
And then somebody had to remind them, you don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, so that may throw doubt on everything I'm about to mention here. I was going to try to go back and find Zach's tweet real quick just to make sure I read that right, but I think they actually opened Ashford as the favorite, and I think you guys are like me. Of everybody we're about to discuss, I feel like Peyton Thorne is the lock in all of this. If I make you pick from all the groups, the group of all the Alabama and Auburn quarterbacks, you got to pick a starter from that group.
Oh, Peyton Thorne.
I'd go Peyton Thorne.
I would feel more comfortable Peyton Thorne than I would trying to pick which one of the 3 it would be in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
Because I left Nashville after spending some time with the Alabama folks. That I honestly believe that it's not coach speak. They don't know who the starting quarterback's going to be yet.
So they released last night, as I read Zach Blackerby's work, at Ashford minus 140, Thorne plus 100. So Ashford a slight favorite there.
Yeah, I mean, actually, not sizable, but, if that was the number going into first week, who's going to be starting, I would say Ashford's your guy.
Today, this morning, it is Thorne minus 200, Ashford plus 150. So it flipped around quick.
Wait, who put this list out?
Bet Online. They do a lot of work now.
So they put out a lot of lines.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
This is one of those, there's a limit of what you can bet.
Oh, sure.
And boy, and I wish I could have got in on that early.
For Alabama, that's the one I find interesting, and it's the one that Ryan tweeted. And I'm going to see where it was this morning because I think it has even changed as the day has gone.
Real quickly on Auburn, though, NH3425 says, I think Hugh starts Robbie in the first game because of his SEC experience, but is a short leash and flips as they move into the season, just out of respect for him being there.
I disagree. I mean, the most experienced quarterback is Peyton Thorne. And look, SEC stadiums, I mean, they've led the attendance in what did Sankey tell us, 22 straight years. But the Big Ten is number 2. Peyton Thorne's played in some pretty big environments.
I think Hugh wants to win right away and get his team as much confidence behind a starter. I think it would be Peyton Thorne.
And you're getting ready for SEC play. You want as many snaps as you can with Thorne with his new
That's
teammates.
right.
Now to the Alabama one. Lunsford is saying bet Milroe. Give us the
I agree.
Give us the numbers.
So at Bet Online, your favorite is Ty Simpson plus 105. Now all these are going to be plus. So for those that don't understand.
Yeah, they're money lines. If you put $100 up, you're going to win $105 on Ty Simpson if, in fact, he is the starter game one.
So Peyton Thorne at minus 200 is a sizable favorite. All these guys are going to be plus, so there's no huge favorite here.
So if you bet $100 on Peyton Thorne, you're losing $200 if he does not start game one.
Tyler Buckner is plus 140. How big a gap is plus 105 to plus 140?
I mean, 35 cents, not bad. You bet $100, you win 140.
Yeah, but I just mean how big a... Is that a sizable gap? Is that a small gap? Is that a...
It's basically a field goal.
If
point spread, right?
If a field goal, 2.5 points.
And then Jalen Milroe is plus 300. That sounds, compared to those other two.
Yeah, I almost would tail Lunsford on this and take Milroe plus 300. Why would you not? He's the most talented of the three.
Because it feels like he's got just as good a chance to start as any of them, really, and you're plus 300.
Michael says Ty Simpson's the guy. NH3425 says Ty Simpson is QB1 for Bama. Milroe could legit be third string.
I think they all could.
All could,
yeah. So Ty Simpson, your betting favorite right now in Vegas to be the Alabama starter at Bet Online at plus 105. Tyler Buckner plus 140. Jalen Milroe plus 300.
This is amazing because I can never remember. Going back to Blake Barnett and Jalen Hurts. But there's such an unknown at this position, and it's not between two guys. It's three legitimate guys, and 1 week it's Simpson, 1 week it's Milroe, and then 1 week it's Buckner.
You can bet on 4 other starting jobs aside from Auburn and Alabama, but Alabama's the only one where you're betting on one of 3 guys. Everything else is either or. For instance, Georgia, Carson Beck is minus 700, Brock Vandegrift plus 400. Everybody knows it's going to be Carson Beck. The only other close one is UCLA. Ethan Garbers is minus 140 and Dante Moore plus 100. That's the only one even remotely close.
Yeah, and Garbers has got a little bit of experience. Dante Moore is going to be the guy. You just don't know when he's going to be the guy.
Michelson's going to bring you this look ahead. Taylor sent out and all these guys are doing their top 5 as well leading into the season. Taylor sent out my top 5 SEC quarterbacks. After LT tells us about Michelson, I want you guys to tell me what you think of my list. You can get that on our social media platform at Next Round Live there on the X. Is that what we're calling it now? Twitter?
I'm still going to call it Twitter.
Should we give her our list?
Oh, I've already gave her my list.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering, I thought we were going to release all these together.
I don't think we're doing them together. I think she's just dropping them at different times. So as soon as you got them, give them to her.
I've had them for a week and a half.
Yeah, give them to her, and she'll put them together. So tell us about Michelson, and we'll pull up that list.
205-969-8100. That is the number that I called more than 2 decades ago. Again, Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama back in 1995. One of the best decisions I ever made was going to Michelson Laser Vision. Again, Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, just to show you the confusion, you've had the guys that were like Ty Simpson is QB1, Ty Simpson's QB1. Then Kelly says, Milroe makes me so nervous, but I have a feeling he starts game 1. Jeff Buckner will start. So even the chat room is not decisive on who will start game 1.
Which is why you probably get some pretty good betting on this at limited numbers. Now, Milkman wants you to clarify. He said, did you say Milroe is more talented than Simpson? Did you say that? And he just said, if so, how do you know you haven't really seen Simpson?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I just know that Milroe is, a guy, the ceiling for Milroe, it seems like he's got a really, really high ceiling.
Yeah. But we haven't seen
enough
enough
I've seen
of Simpson
Buckner.
to know.
I've seen Milroe. I have not seen Simpson.
Milroe has a strong arm and the ability to run. Now, his accuracy has been called into question.
And his turnovers. He was a little too loose with the football, and that almost burned Alabama against Texas A&M, and it apparently is an issue for him even when the cameras aren't on, when you're watching scrimmage.
But if I'm throwing at you and hit the Coke machine behind you,
that's a problem.
That could be a turnover and have an accuracy problem. Yes. So what we said could be the same thing.
I wasn't arguing with you. I was just pointing out turnovers are an issue.
It doesn't always have to be decision making. He could be just overthrowing guys or throwing them to the wrong place. Here's my top 5, and I want to see if LT and Brown. Don't give me yours because we're going to send yours out a little bit later on. But I go Jaden, KJ, and see, I threw Carson in at number 3.
Never seen him play. I don't know.
Radler, and then I go Leary up at UK. I think he's a talented quarterback. Those are my 5, and you may have them in different orders.
Yeah, I've got some. I don't have all of your 5.
Yeah, but Beck there at number 3.
I'm interested.
A lot of people aren't going to put him there, but at one point, remember, he was the guy that Kirby had tabbed that he was going to be when Eason went down, it was going to be Carson Beck. Remember the freshman, and during the week of preparation, Stetson beat him out during the week of preparation. So at one point, he was beating out Stetson Bennett in practice.
I want to ask just on one. I won't belabor this, but Carson Beck, who you've really never seen over Will Rogers, is interesting to me. Could finish this year as the SEC's all-time leading passer.
He could. I don't have Will in my top 5.
I saw that. That's why I was asking.
A lot of that has to do with just the change in the system. I want to see what he's able to do. Now, Leary's coming to a new system as well. I've seen Liam Cohen, though, there. Radler is so inconsistent, right? So him at 4 is a gamble, but boy, he looked so good those 2 big wins at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And if the light bulb has gone off for him, but he's got a new, remember our boy Satterfield was the OC for him, and he's now with Rule at Nebraska.
That's right.
So he's got a new OC as well. So you're right. Will Rogers probably deserves to be on that list. Could be an oversight by me. But we love seeing your 5. Send those in as we always look forward to that kind of stuff there. Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour. Quick break here because we're going to try to stay on time to get maximum time with Taylor Tannebaum, who will join us in 30 minutes now. So we'll get to our trash segment coming up and a little bit more in our next segment. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, Sterling and the crew. One NFL note on our way to break here. Dalvin Cook, still no team yet. Had been talked about in Miami, no deal with him yet. Had been talked about with the Jets, no deal yet. A new AFC East team has emerged.
Yeah, well, I heard
the Buffalo Bills because of the injury to Nyheim Hines.
Yeah, Nyheim Hines is done for the season, unfortunately. Only his 4th year in the league. And
what a freak injury, though.
But you hear about this so much. Like, I've even heard of people losing their legs to a jet ski accident.
Yeah, when you first saw jet ski accidents, you're like, Nyheim Hines was out doing something he wasn't supposed to do, being too risky and got hurt. But he's just, from the reports, minding his own business and somebody hits him. I mean, that's awful, man.
Yeah, he was at a standstill. I don't know if it was part of his group and they were out, jumping waves or anything.
Can you imagine what that would do to the leg?
No, awful.
It's not life-threatening, but he's done for the year, some surgery required. But there have been some with jet skis in that situation that you've had amputations.
Oh, yeah, and you just wonder how this thing's going to grow back and rehab and all that. It's a long road.
The AFC East team that looked like they were getting him was Miami.
Absolutely.
But some of the reports are one of the reasons Miami might have tapped the brakes is A-Chain out of Texas A&M has impressed them so much in his rookie camp and stuff like that they may think they're set at running back.
Yeah, why spend the money?
Yeah, why spend the money on Dalvin Cook
when you got 4 years of cheap A-Chain?
You have Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, and Devin A-Chain. They feel like that 3-headed monster may be better than going after Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, and Buffalo's going to have to do something. You got Devin Singletary. Dalvin Cook would be just another major weapon in that offense.
All in right now up in Buffalo. All right, quick break here. If you follow the Harsin family Three-star quarterback Davis Harsin, son of former Auburn coach Brian Harsin, commits today to Idaho State, FCS team, right?
Where is he playing now?
He was at Auburn.
He was at Auburn High School, but he's on his way to Idaho State is where he has committed. I think he's back up in Boise. So when we come back, trash is part of the next segment and a lot more. Stay with us right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the three-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the next round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Hey, coffee lovers, the next round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. Trash coming up in just a second. Brownie was talking about the Alabama quarterback situation and the debate about who could be the starter there, all jumbled up over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room there. How quick do you think they come to a decision, Brownie? Will that be something that lingers into the first game?
You know, I think you would obviously hope it doesn't. If you're Nick Saban and Tommy Rees, you hope somebody just takes it by a stranglehold and never lets it go, right? But whoever it is, you're gonna want to get them maximum snaps against MTSU because Texas is weak too. I don't think you want to go in, uncomfortable, uncertain against Texas. So anyway, I think it would be pretty quick, and I guess we'll just have to see in fall camp if something develops and somebody jumps in and takes it by the stranglehold and never lets go of the job. Nick Saban always talks about the importance of winning the locker room.
That's right.
And he says generally the guy that wins the locker room is the guy that wins the job. So you'd have to see who wins the locker room. You would give Simpson maybe and Milroe maybe a leg up there since they've been in that locker room longer, and Buckner's been there a shorter period of time.
I don't think we are going to know until we know what happens in Texas.
So you think it'll linger into week 3?
I do.
I think Alabama's playing on a pretty thin margin in that Texas game.
I would agree.
That's no time to have quarterback upheaval. I know the point spread will tell you they're not, but I feel like they are.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if you have one of those guys make plays against Texas that ultimately win the game for Alabama, I think those are the type of guys that will rally around.
Brody says Milroe has the leg up if it's about the team. He's been doing a lot of off-season work there. Our friends at Bud Light, the Bud Light Backyard Tour is coming to Birmingham on August the 8th, featuring Seaforth. They're coming to town. Bud Light wants to make it easier for you to get the most out of summer, so they're giving away 300 tickets. You can enter now for a chance to win your tickets at budlightbackyard.com. Just go to that website, budlightbackyard.com, budlightbackyard.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding Florida residents. You must be 21 to enter the competition. It is the Bud Light Backyard Tour coming to Birmingham August 8th, featuring Seaforth. Just go to budlightbackyard.com. We showed you a bunch of different throwback uniforms that have already been announced. During the show, the Broncos have officially announced their throwbacks this year. They're going with the white helmet, but they are bringing back the very heavy-breathing bucking Bronco D from my childhood, but I wish it was a blue helmet. But that's not a bad-looking helmet.
No, again, the logo, I agree, is much better than the Bronco logo that I think came into play in 1997. But, yeah, if they would go blue helmet there, I think it would be a lot better.
Hey, this is not really a throwback. This is just an alternate helmet.
That's right.
But
called snow-capped.
Snow-capped, yeah. They've never worn this before. Boy, it looks like Miami now that I see the whole uniform.
Yeah, or Virginia.
Miami or Virginia. Yeah, not
Virginia.
a fan. Yeah, not a fan. I don't know what we're doing here.
The white represents the snow-capped mountains of the Rockies, it says.
Yeah.
Maybe overthinking, though.
Did we get a Rams throwback?
Have not been announced yet.
One. Miami, I was just reading, Miami is supposed to announce their game, so Miami is wearing the uniform that should be their permanent uniform in some games this year. They did not do it at all last year.
Yeah, in fact, I think the NFL had
Actually, they did it once last year.
Did they? I thought the NFL had to reinstitute the rule. Maybe they did it for last year.
They did it for the Sunday night game against Pittsburgh last year.
All right, let's get to trash now. It's brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Tyler.
Did you throw Tyler off?
I did not. He hit the big button and it didn't work. He even did the old rock star, the big button press.
He made like a big.
That's okay, man. These computers sometimes will lock up, Tyler. That happens even to rock star.
Oh God, we brought Lunsford in.
While Lunsford comes in to take a look there it is.
Hey, the big button.
Oh, number 11.
Father of two, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
Hey,
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right.
To that
Mortgages done the right way.
Mortgage Right, LT.
Yeah, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs. That perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by. But with Mortgage Right's lock and shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you're going to know just how much home you can buy. Apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. You guys give me one sec.
What are you doing, Lance?
He's going to slide over and fix that one Diet Coke for that.
It to me. I'll take another one.
Yeah. While he's doing that, USF, South Florida, has spent more money in the past 8 months than they had in the previous 25 years in terms of building their program. That from the AAC Media Days today.
Did you just read the first thing that was at the top of your Twitter
feed?
No,
I mean, Reddit College Football is quoting stuff that is happening at the AAC, and I was feeling a little dead air. But USF has spent more money in the past 8 months than they had in the previous 25 years in building their program.
That's pretty crazy.
That's an alarming number.
Okay, y'all remember virally in 2015 when there was the dress out there, and some people saw blue-black, some people saw,
what was the other color? White and gold. Blue, black, white, and gold.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tyler's got a picture here. I've always seen brown and blue.
It's white and gold.
It's white and gold to me.
Yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Like, I can't, that blue is so blue.
No.
And that brown is so brown.
No, it's so gold and so white.
I can do gold. I can go gold and blue.
See, it's gold, white, small gold stripe, white, big gold band.
Yeah.
So
white,
you see
gold,
like
white,
a
gold,
bright
gold.
blue, Carolina blue?
A Carolina blue.
You see a Carolina blue?
Tyler, what do you see?
Yeah.
I see royal blue and black.
Royal blue from Tyler.
It's a dark blue.
Wow.
Forrester, what do you see?
I see white and gold.
Yeah.
Okay. And finally, Lunsford.
It's 100% black and blue. The black just has some light. There's light shine on
Black?
it. That's why it looks like brownish.
Yeah, okay. So, again, brown or gold, but it's definitely blue. Anyway, the man who gained global fame alongside with his wife due to this dress that sparked the worldwide debate, he's now facing charges of attempted murder to his spouse.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's the guy? He tried to kill that girl?
Yep, that's him and his wife.
Keir Johnston, 38-year-old Scottish man, rose to prominence 2015 when the dress worn by his mother-in-law at their wedding caused an online sensation. People couldn't agree on whether the dress was black and blue or white and gold. I wonder who actually ignited the debate. Like, if I just saw the dress, I would just think to myself, that's blue and brown.
And it was a trending thing on Twitter the first time I saw it.
Yeah, somebody probably said, that's a beautiful blue and brown dress. She's like, this is white and gold. What are you talking about?
Now, Johnston stands accused of attempting to murder his wife, Grace Johnston, is alleged to have violently abused her over the 11 years, including reportedly brandishing a knife in front of her, pinning her against a wall, and trying to attack her through an open car window.
Yeah, chances are good, though. Until this story, he could have gotten away with it because in the police report, nobody could identify what color he was wearing. Suspect is wearing brown and white or black and blue.
We don't really know. It's about to be black and white stripes if he is found guilty of this.
He also reportedly forcibly isolated his wife from all of her friends and family, subjected her to financial abuse. This allegedly culminated in an incident last March when he allegedly pinned her to the ground and strangled her.
God. That's a terrible story.
Yeah, he's denied all allegations, but they are in court over this.
We know nothing about this, if not for some stupid dress.
Barbie, Oppenheimer, the two highly anticipated movies, which released globally this past Friday, have inspired a frenzy for two opposed films. Now, the face-off between the Hollywood summer blockbusters has been dubbed by the media as Barbenheimer.
Yeah.
And it's set off the box office ringing while cinema lovers have been wondering which film to watch first. A theater in India took the Barbenheimer to a whole new level. A Twitter user who goes by the name Suppin claimed that the movie theater in India played Oppenheimer with Barbie subtitles.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, actually.
He went on and wrote, a friend of my cousin posted on Insta that a cinema played Oppenheimer with the Barbie subtitles. A third wrote, this means that the same theater in another show played Oppenheimer subtitles in a Barbie show. Fourth commented, the scene where the bomb is about to go off, the subtitles say, come on, Barbie, let's go party. That's all I got. I mean,
for all the trash?
For that story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I thought that was funny, though. The bomb's about to go off. Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
Let's go party.
Those among us who write down their goals are often commended. They are even admired. I'll tell you, the few times I've written down goals, most of those goals have come to fruition. I need to start writing down goals again.
You know what I have found? If I speak it out loud, I'm not trying to do any sort of name it, claim it type religion and thing, but I feel like sometimes if I speak it out loud, I have a better chance of accomplishing it. If I say, I am going to do this.
Can you give us something?
Start your own media platform.
Yeah. I once said, I'm going to leave radio and do this thing only on digital.
But, some goals can be like daily goals, and I think it's good when you.
These are big picture things.
These are 4 things I want to accomplish today.
I've never done that.
Yeah, I am so proud.
But that's very effective.
My little guy now is starting to try to read a book a month, and he is keeping a journal. And he was actually giving me workout tips the other day.
Hey, my wife and I had a quick drink with you guys on Saturday. And that's what she walked away. She goes, I haven't seen Jack in years. He is cut up. He's a grown-ass man.
He works his ass off. Yeah. Okay, so back to the goals. One unsuspecting skier or snowboarder Their list quietly got out there to the public. Dude lost his cell phone at the ski resort in New South Wales, the Snowy Mountains. Here are some of the things that they typed out. 8 goals were typed out and used as the device's front screen, which I guess it's good to have on the front screen.
Right.
Get just where it can remind you.
Get jacked and weigh 87 kilograms.
Yeah, which is 190 pounds.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad.
Have 3 girls on the roster.
Wow, the roster.
Well, you skipped way down to number 7 there.
Don't get a haircut for 3 months.
Jeez. I don't think I have to write that down as a goal.
What does get good marks at uni?
Get
University.
University.
Yeah. Quit all nicotine.
Good for him. He wants to have a motorbike.
He wants $25,000 in his bank account.
And he wants to get better at fighting.
Okay, if we
only
had,
one way to do that.
If we had
so
to
he got
cut
the
his
shit beat out of him one time.
If we had to cut his goals to 3, I would say quit nicotine.
Yeah,
I think
get jacked and have 3 girls.
Yeah, I
mean, one of them's going to have to be somewhat. So I would go get good marks at uni, quit all nicotine.
Yeah, if you just go top 3, you're good. You get jacked and all of a sudden you could get 3 girls on roster. And the haircut thing's easy to get. Quit all nicotine.
Better shape.
It's going to make you healthy.
Probably are a little better at fighting.
Yeah.
Not that really equates all the time.
And if you got $25,000 in the bank, you can easily get a motorbike. And it helps you with the 3 girls on the roster, and you can afford not getting a haircut or when you want to get a haircut.
Yeah, people were back and forth on this. One user wrote, these are phenomenal goals. Another says, this screams 20-year-old.
He's still in university, yeah.
He's going on holiday.
I mean, I would say that a lot of 19, 20-year-olds, they probably have a lot of similar goals.
As long as he's okay with his girl having 3 guys on her roster, then I don't think there's anything wrong with this.
$25,000 in the bank account for a 19 or 20-year-old, that's pretty strong.
That's a great goal.
And finally, Portland downtown is hosting a contest to name its street sweeper. This is not the street sweeper of the 12-gauge type. This is a street sweeper like that. Now, the naming contest was first launched in May at Portland's Downtown Worker Appreciation Day.
What would you name it?
I got to think on this one because there'll be some creative names here.
Quiznos.
Well, here are some of the...
What?
I just saw a story the other day. Quiznos is coming back.
Quiznos subs? I used to like Quiznos.
I did too.
Yeah.
I like their honey mustard. And they have got good barbecue sauce, by the way.
Yeah, they had some sort of barbecue sauce that I dipped one of theirs in.
Well, they had the big vats of sauces.
Yeah,
and
they
then they
did.
had big cups that you could put.
Yep. Yeah, I liked Quiznos.
So they were not skimpy on their condiments
They
at all.
forced Subway to finally toasting their subs. That was why Subway did that, because Quiznos was closing the market.
Yeah.
They eventually went bankrupt, only had a few stores left. But the reason I saw the story is because they're bringing back the marketing campaign. Some kind of monkeys that used to sing off key in their Quiznos commercials. They're coming back for the new relaunch.
Wow.
Okay, so more than 100 submissions were received. Officials narrowed them to a top 5. Orlando Broom.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I see where we're going now.
Sweep Caroline.
Sweep Caroline.
The Green Monster.
This is in Portland, right?
Yeah.
Portland, Oregon?
Yep. Sweepy Todd.
Oh, that's good.
And finally, my favorite, Meryl Sweep.
That's pretty
very good.
I was trying to think of something to work hippie in with. Couldn't think of that.
The Green Gobbler.
Crunchy, because I think, Portland's a pretty crunchy town.
Yeah.
Couldn't think of anything that went with those, though.
Yeah. So if this was here in Birmingham, we could go Sweep Home, Alabama.
Oh, that's not bad, Jim. Yeah.
You could do Wicked Weed, like our favorite IPA that's in studio.
That's right.
Because they like their weed up there.
Oh, that's true.
That's
yeah.
color of the new movie Wicked that's coming out with Ariana Grande, who started banging her co-host, allegedly.
Allegedly.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right want to let you know buying a home again is a major milestone. These guys will give you the right advice at the right time. And if you're a veteran looking for a VA loan, Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, equal
housing lender. I bet you were terrible at charades.
Yeah, that one was awful.
Part of our show being brought to you as well by our friends at Moore's Marinade, bringing you part of the coverage here. They had us up in Nashville as well.
They sure did, and boy, do we appreciate them bringing us up to Nashville.
I mean,
and
Lunsford, I did not have time to tell Brown Moore's was coming up, so I was holding a chicken wing, and I was pouring I was like,
you know why,
I thought
Jim?
you were pouring a glass of tea.
Yeah, did you?
Okay,
That always say it's tea time. Moore's Marinades and Sauces, your secret sauce for grilling and backyard barbecues with friends and family this summer. And like Dunaway was trying to show me, they've got these buffalo wing sauce. It adds the perfectly tangy flavor that keeps you licking your fingers even after the wings are gone. Dip, drizzle, or slather Moore's buffalo wing sauce on everything you eat. Chicken fingers, burgers, sandwiches, pizza, pasta, tacos, fries, and more. See why grill masters prefer Moore's Marinades and wing sauces by visiting mooresmarinades.com for recipe ideas and grilling inspiration. That's mooresmarinades.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Several things going on in the sports world. A couple of breaking news out there. Brown, you've got one?
It's the Michigan news.
About Jim Harbaugh.
It's going to be overplayed a little bit. Jim Harbaugh and Michigan have apparently negotiated a settlement with the NCAA. Harbaugh was basically caught lying in a minor situation, honestly, about NCAA recruiting violations at Michigan. He is going to get a 4-game suspension to start the 2023 season. So Harbaugh will not be on the sidelines. Now, I could coach them to wins in these 3
Yeah,
4
tell us
games.
those difficult home games they've got.
East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers. I mean, we could play third-teamers and win those 4 games. So this is going to be overplayed.
But you have to admit, though, that the imagery
it's bad for him.
of
Yes.
Jim Harbaugh
Yeah.
not standing on the sidelines for 4 games, even though technically it's not going to impact the outcome of the game most likely, Rutgers being the most challenging.
I didn't know this was at play.
Yeah, I mean, he violated some rules.
I get that, but a 4-game suspension's hefty.
Because he lied about violating
right.
some rules. I mean, remember what happened to Bruce Pearl. What Bruce did at Tennessee was not a major violation. It was the lying.
Yeah, I just don't think the NCAA has got this kind of power anymore. And I think if Harbaugh and Michigan would have fought it, I think Michigan too big of a brand, Harbaugh too big of a brand. I don't think anything would have happened.
Unless you lose it. And then at that point, then you lose your job like Bruce did at Tennessee.
There was that possibility.
I mean, good luck on getting somebody better than Harbaugh.
Yep.
Well, that's exactly right. That's why you take the 4-game suspension against nobodies, right?
Right. It is nobody's.
Yep.
ACC Media Day is also going on. Tyler, if you would pop up Taylor Tannebaum here. She is going to join us from the ACC Network ACC Media Days. Taylor back on the show. She was on when I was gone. That is no reflection of my feelings personally for Taylor. I'm very fond of her. She does tremendous work. I apologize for never having her on the show, and I thank Dunaway for booking her while I was gone. Her greatest quality is that she's a lifelong Miami Dolphins fan just like me. Welcome in, Taylor. How are you?
Hey, man, we've suffered this long drought together, and maybe this will be the year. You never know.
You never know. Maybe it will. So ACC Media Days, you've covered them both. Give me the difference in the atmosphere between SEC and ACC Media Days.
Well, I will say this is much more business. We're talking football. We are getting ready for the season. SEC is definitely more of a pomp and circumstance big event, right? This has here at the ACC this year now been a 3-day, transformed from a 2-day event to a 3-day event. So a little bit bigger this year, more spread out. So you're getting a little bit more time and effort from all of the teams, which is awesome. You're getting to dive a little deeper into these student athletes and coaches. But certainly the crowds tend to be a little bit bigger when it comes to fans, I would say, when it would be in Birmingham. I can guarantee you that. There's no tie-dye dogs running around the lobby here.
So when we were in Nashville, like one of the big debates was, is LSU going to be voted in front of Alabama to win the West? That didn't happen. Alabama ultimately got the vote. It seems like Florida State's got this momentum with Clemson, and I'm going to guess last time Florida State was predicted to win the ACC was 2015, maybe 2014. Anyway, it's been a while. Do you think this comes to fruition? Do you think ultimately the media votes Florida State ahead of Clemson?
I do. I don't know that it's right because I'm big on it's hard to anoint someone else when no one's proven. Like Clemson has proven. They won 7 of the last 8 ACC championships. They deserve to be the king, and they deserve to be that until somebody takes their crown. But I do think people love a shiny new thing. People love expectation. People love the hype. So I do think that, yes, inevitably that will happen because to Florida State's credit, they have a ton coming back. And on Clemson's side, as good as they will be because they consistently are. They win 10-plus wins every single season. They don't have that fall off. There is a new offensive coordinator in Garrett Riley. There is a young quarterback in Cade Klubnik. So a little bit more question marks, I would say, on the Clemson side. But they are the proven entity. But I do think you might see Florida State voted at the top there.
Do you think, as a person that knows this Florida State program for years and years, do you think this team has the mustard maybe to live up to these expectations, or has Mike Norvell set the table for some disappointment in Tallahassee?
I think it has the ketchup, the mustard, the relish, all of it. I really do think that this team is built for success, not only because they have talent on paper, but because they've been through it. A lot of these guys have been through it with this team. They've been in the bottom of the trenches. They've also seen the highs and the rebuild. They have stuck with Mike Norvell over the last few years. So I really think all of that ties into having success this season. Now, of course, they're going to have to go out there and prove it. And it's not like they have some easy tests. You're going to find out early September heading into October who they are. They get LSU off the bat. They get Clemson to end the month. So you're going to know right away if Florida State is real or they're an imposter. But I do think the expectations and the hype is real. Like this is not just smoke and mirrors. They deserve to be in this spot. I think they've climbed their way to that.
If they win them all in September, but have to lose one, which do you think would be the better loss? To beat LSU and lose to Clemson, or to beat Clemson and lose to LSU long term?
Long term, I personally think if you knock off an SEC team, especially the team that won the West last year, do it 2 years in a row, start off your season on a high note down there in Orlando. And even if you drop one to Clemson, because it is in Death Valley, you have to face the music here. It's in Death Valley. Not many people can go in there and win. You'll see that game again, likely, potentially in the ACC championship, because for the first time this year, the conference has no divisions. So with that being said, I think the LSU win is bigger, not only for Florida State and the brand, but for the conference as a whole too. That's why I target that one more.
You know, I'm just looking at this. Taylor Tannebaum is with us from the ACC Network, and she's up in Charlotte for ACC Media Day. She's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Follow her on Twitter at Taylor Tannebaum. Only twice, Taylor, since 2000 has Florida State won in Death Valley. I mean, it's pretty crazy how much Clemson has dominated that game in Death Valley. Clemson's won 7 straight in that series, but Florida State just does not win there, and they play there every year, or every other year, excuse me.
No, that's exactly right. And even when they are expected to, there's just something about that place. A lot of the times it's a night game. You can anticipate that in week 4 this year, it's probably going to be under the lights, a primetime matchup. And that makes it all the more difficult every single time, because this is a rivalry that should be as big as it will be this year. So I think when you go into their house, hey, look, Florida State's an elite company. There are not many teams that can say they go in there and come out successful.
When I saw Tyler Van Dyke down the stretch in 2021 for Miami, I was like, this guy is going to be a top 10 pick in the next couple of years. And then last year, the bottom just completely fell out. And, you know, this was with Josh Gaddis, a guy that had won a Broyles Award. He's out now. What is the expectation, not only for Tyler Van Dyke, but year 2 under Cristobal for Miami?
So he's actually on the podium right now speaking, and I have him on my set at around 1 o'clock here, so I'm going to be talking to him next. I just saw Tyler Van Dyke in person for the first time. He's much bigger than I ever thought that he was, but I'm also 5'2", so that's – anyways, back to your point. With that being said, 5-7 last year is simply not going to cut it. Miami needs, in my opinion, to win at least 8 games this year to even have people say, okay, they're trending in the right direction. I think with the Josh Gaddis thing, it's maybe not that he's a bad offensive coordinator. As you mentioned, he's a Broyles Award winner. It was not the fit for the quarterback that they have. So what Mario Cristobal did is said, hey, I like the dude that I have under center because I saw what he did, just like we all did in 21. I'm going to bring someone in Shannon Dawson who caters to that and build around the guys that I have, and then retool an entire roster. They have somewhere around 40 new faces in terms of incoming freshmen and transfers. That's a massive amount on the roster. So Miami really looked themselves in the mirror, changed their 2 coordinators, kind of re-racked the roster, and they have to win now. We were just talking on set, Mark Packer and I was like, they have to win now. He's like, honestly, they have to win yesterday.
That's a great point from Pack. Listen, we overplay the SEC maybe. You're at the ACC Media Days. Miami and Texas A&M, North Carolina, South Carolina. Those are some big ACC, SEC matchups early in the year. Does the ACC conference see those as big potential tone-setting games for the league?
Jim, about 10 minutes ago, I just got off air and we had this conversation about Power 5 non-con games for the ACC in week 1 and 2. And those 2 are right there on the docket. North Carolina, South Carolina, and we just found out yesterday, College Game Day will be there. The Texas A&M Miami one, I think we all would rather erase that game from our memory last year. It was terrible for both sides. It was a kicking party. If you like kickers, it was great, I guess. The ACC needs to win these games in order to change a narrative. You can schedule them. That's great. The ACC scheduled 28 Power 5 non-conference games last year. They went 10-18. That was more than any other conference. You can schedule them, but you have to win them. So in order to get that respect back, those are the games early. And you see people start making narratives very early in a season that the ACC has to start winning in order to be respected.
Pat Narduzzi, good coach, but nobody saw Pittsburgh winning the ACC in 2021. No one saw the monster season Kenny Pickett was going to have, ultimately a Heisman finalist. If I asked you if it's not Clemson or Florida State, Who is it, and is there one player like a Kenny Pickett that could have that bust-out year?
Well, I think, in my opinion, if you're going to pick another team, because we all debate, like, who's that number 3? Who's in that spot? It can go a couple of ways. You could go Pitt solely because Pat Narduzzi reloads every year, and they're consistently good, even though maybe not everyone talks about it. I would say North Carolina, just because they have the Drake May factor. He's a potential Heisman candidate. The offense is explosive. I don't expect much fall off. They have Chip Lindsey now running the show. People in the SEC know him very well, of course, at his Auburn days. But defensively, they have to be a little bit better. So I would say that's the team to watch. They don't have an easy schedule, but they have opportunity, plenty of opportunity to capitalize. The other one I would say, if there's going to be maybe a breakout, I don't know that it's a breakout, but Riley Leonard deserves a little bit more respect at Duke. He's an Alabama boy from Mobile, but I think he's a star, and he's going to take an even bigger step this year after his year last year.
Get to see him week 1 Labor Day night against Clemson, in fact, on national TV.
There you go.
All right, Taylor Tannebaum, you follow her on Twitter, at Taylor Tannebaum. You see her on the ACC Network. She's about to go right back to work on there. Thank you very much, Taylor. Always great.
Thanks, guys. You're the best. I appreciate you.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. Taylor with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
You know what's interesting? She said that I didn't think Tyler Van Dyke was as big as he was. I had no idea she's 5'2".
I always see her wearing boots and heels, and she's taller. She's
like
taller than that.
I've never met her in person, but just seeing pictures, I would have gone 5'6", 5'7".
I don't think she doesn't. I don't remember her as 5'2". Like, I'm trying to think. I've given her a half hug, and it doesn't seem like she'd be down here. It seems like her head would be like at my shoulder. Is that 5'2"?
I don't know, but that's where she is when I'm hugging her too.
Yeah.
And you know me, I'm a couple of inches this side of 6 foot.
But I mean, 5'2" is on the short side. Another thing she said that I disagree with: if they can only have one loss in the month of September, I think it's against LSU. Because again, I know there's no divisions, but still, you want to beat the alpha in your conference.
But here's why I think she's right. You get a second bite at the apple, like she said. Likely, if that's your only loss, you get to play Clemson again in the ACC championship game, and that would mean more importance when it comes to making the playoffs. And a win over LSU allows you to have one loss in conference, and still, I think, if you win the ACC, make it into the playoffs as well, because the one loss is against an SEC team. You could, I mean, there is a potential that, I don't think it'll ever happen, but there is a potential that, an ACC team could go unbeaten, and you get into a scenario where you have Michigan and Ohio State unbeaten playing each other at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
One of those teams loses, obviously. They don't play each other in the Big Ten championship game because we got one more year of division. You have Georgia, Alabama playing each other unbeaten, and so much respect because it's in the championship game, or Georgia and LSU unbeaten playing each other in the championship game. And if you're unbeaten, Clemson and or Florida State, what do you do with one loss Michigan and only lost to Ohio State, or one loss Ohio State and only lost to Michigan, one loss Alabama, only lost to Georgia?
1,000% an undefeated Florida State or Clemson
would
get in Florida.
What if the undefeated team loses that game, and now you got 2 one-loss teams there? Is that what you're getting at?
I'm just saying that there is a scenario where you can make a case that, a one-loss Michigan whose only loss is to Ohio State or vice versa, and an unbeaten team in the ACC, you would say, well, I know what Michigan and Ohio State have been in recent years, and they just played each other. They were both playoff teams last year. They're both unbeaten playing each other. You got to have those big wins, and to me, beating LSU is a statement for the whole league if Florida State is your champion.
And if
Clemson beating Notre Dame
is what we think they're going to be, though, if LSU drops back to 9-3 or 8-4,
then it looks different. But if they are the team you think they are and contending for the playoffs themselves, then that is it's not a free pass because you're in the ACC. But if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten, you have almost got yourself a one-loss free pass at that point if you still win your conference.
Honestly, until Taylor brought it up, I'd forgotten the ACC went away with divisions this year. I thought they were one more year with divisions.
No.
So Yeah, I mean, that Florida State-Clemson game loses just a little bit of its punch because of that. I mean, that would have been a division eliminator.
That's right.
In years past.
The other would have had to lose twice.
Yeah, and then just look at the rest of Clemson's schedule, or Florida State's for that matter, and they're probably not going to fall twice.
Yeah, but see, the chance of a rematch, that's why I think that LSU game is very important for Florida State. Because then if you are Florida State and you lose to LSU and then Clemson, in the regular season game, you come back and beat them and win the championship, maybe you've just eliminated the ACC at that point.
Florida State ain't beating LSU.
I mean, they did last year.
I know.
Florida State.
How bad was LSU in that game?
Well, Florida State was too. We talked about that while you were gone Friday. That was such a bad overreaction to that game for us, because I remember coming in. That was the Labor Day night game. I remember coming in, or was it the Sunday night game? It was one of the two.
Sunday night.
Yeah, but we came in the next day, and I remember saying that was an entertaining game, but neither one of those teams are any good, right? And both those teams ended up being really good teams by the end of the year.
I think Florida State's really, really good. And I think Clemson's really good.
No, I think they are too. But this is one of those, if you're going Mike Norvell or Brian Kelly, it's not even close.
I mean, it's not. But that's not how the game is played. But you're right. It's not even close. It's not even close.
But I do think the rosters are close.
Jordan Travis and Jaden Daniels. That's very close. Yeah, that's very close. And then you get into the defenses. Now, I personally think LSU's defense is going to be their best defense if they stay healthy since 2011.
Well, Harold Perkins might be the best player in the conference.
Look, I mean, you could have 2 or 3 guys go out first couple of series, but
if they stay healthy,
I feel like they're going to be healthy week 1 if they can make it out of camp. So I love LSU in this spot.
I also feel like we will probably overreact to that Florida State LSU game just like we did last year. We'll do it opposite, though.
Well,
last year we talked about neither one of them any good. I think we'll overreact to the outcome of that game.
Because both of them ended up being good, and one of them just beat the other.
But it's the biggest game of week 1, too. I mean, it's the most meaningful game of week 1.
But I don't think we overreact if one of those teams wins by 14+. Then you're like, damn, that team is legitimate.
Funny, I think we overreact more if Florida State beats LSU by 14
I would agree
than if LSU beats Florida State by 14.
Completely.
Like, at that point, I think we're like, the SEC, okay. But if the ACC team beats LSU, who won the West last year, who's going to be a top 5 team, top 6 team to start
then
with,
Florida State's back.
Then people are going to be like, Florida State, man.
Yep.
He's got it back, man. Interesting to catch up from ACC, Atlantic Coast Conference Media Days. Taylor Tannebaum there on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. When we come back, one more hour to go. We'll jump into a ton of college football stuff, including a question about Dabo Swinney that we'll start the hour off with. Is Dabo Swinney's best days behind him? Think about that during the commercial break right here on TNR, brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Back in a moment.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
A couple of things coming out of the Big Ten today. Developing news, one lesser of a note, but a guy who I respect his football mind, Jim Leonhard. You like him?
Yeah, big fan.
Jim Leonhard, a defensive-minded guy, is now on Brett Bielema's staff at Illinois, where he will be a defensive analyst for this upcoming football season.
And boy, don't tell me that both of those guys, to me, Wisconsin best team in the West, both of those guys have a bone to pick with Wisconsin.
That's right.
They really do, don't they?
Circle that game this year, Wisconsin, Illinois.
It's so hard to believe he's only a defensive analyst this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought when that guy did not get the job and it went to Luke Fickell that Jim Leonhard would be a defensive coordinator somewhere.
No, he could name a spot.
You would have thought.
I mean, anybody that needed the DC.
But he didn't take something immediately. He waited now. He's an analyst, much like we saw Gary Patterson last year with Texas. Sark was that in Tuscaloosa before he took over as the OC with the Falcons and then came back. So Jim Leonhard, on his way back into coaching, will be an analyst with Bielema today. Obviously, the biggest story is Jim Harbaugh at Michigan, who they are now saying is expecting a 4-game suspension, all home games, all easy wins for Michigan, but it's a 4-game suspension. Now, his lawyer is Tom Mars. You know the name because he usually battles and beats the NCAA in their compliance game left and right. Tom Mars wins cases. So if Tom Mars is accepting the plea deal of a 4-game suspension, which is not a good look for one of the best coaches in the game, does that tell you, if you've got a good lawyer who usually beats the NCAA at his game, does that tell you anything about what Harbaugh may have been facing if they end up pleading down to a 4-game suspension?
I mean, if you're taking away 33% of the regular season, I think that shows you that it was something big coming down. Probably, 10, 15 years ago, no telling what it would have been.
This all started, as I remember the story, a kid visiting campus during a time that due to COVID, you were not allowed to have campus visits. And
it's in Herm Edwards in a spiral at Arizona State.
Yeah, I did. And as I remember the story, Dunaway, it's been, again, this goes back to COVID. He took him to a burger joint in Ann Arbor, and the NCAA questioned him about that, and he lied about it. And then when the NCAA got all the records, he had paid for the meal on the athletic department credit card. And it showed up on the credit card on that date. And they're like, okay, explain this charge. And he couldn't do it, obviously. Which, I mean, there's so much knucklehead in that. It's hard to even.
Yeah, I don't understand why you wouldn't have petty cash.
Bingo.
Yeah, like every time Harbaugh or a coach leaves, assistant coach gets $300 cash, Harbaugh gets $500 cash.
I mean, there's so much knucklehead. A, pay cash, B, don't do it. C, when questioned about it, just fess up. I mean, it's a freaking burger at a restaurant.
B was don't do it. You went A, pay cash, B, don't do it.
I'm talking about college football coaches. I was not going to assume they're all just not going to do it. But, I mean, there were so many ways to handle that. He handled it the worst possible way by lying about it.
You have to do it. Can you imagine him looking at the kid and say, hey, I can't pick your meal up today.
Well, I'm saying don't take him to a restaurant. Have him to your house, eat in the facility, do something like that. I mean,
or barbecue in the backyard.
Well, that's.
What Bruce got in trouble for is still asinine.
But what do you do if the kid's like, hey, I want to show you a great burger, Coach. Can I take you here?
Well, the kid was in Ann Arbor. I don't know.
I would be like, yeah, let me circle around to the ATM.
Yeah, I'll have some cash on hand and we'll go. Right.
Harbaugh seems like he'd be cheap though.
He really does. That's why he was using the university card for probably a $25 meal.
Yeah.
It's just easier to do it that way, Brown, than fill out the paperwork later on. Exactly. So that's a big story and what Harbaugh is going to do. Does it impact Michigan's season at all? I don't think so.
No, terrible first 4 games.
They're 4-0, and then they go to Nebraska. They're going to be 5-0, 6-0, 7-0, 8-0. They're not getting a test till they go to Penn State. Middle of November.
It would be funny if the NCAA said we're suspending him 4 games. We're not telling you which 4. We get to pick the 4. Yeah. And like the week before Penn State, they're like, hey, Jim Harbaugh, 1 game right here.
But this will be a lot less of a distraction than what Cam Newton was going through in 2010.
No doubt.
Yeah, because once this is over, it's over.
And they navigated that whole season and won a national championship. So this doesn't take Michigan. If you believe they can win a national championship, this doesn't change that thought at all.
No, and I was talking to via text our buddy Charlie Vitella, our resident Michigan fan, and he's like, when are you guys previewing Michigan? Is it tomorrow? And I said, not yet, which shows you a lot of people have a lot of faith in Michigan again this year.
The media picked them to win their division.
Yeah, but he told me yesterday, he's like, man, I really believe they're 12-0.
Yeah, the media.
I think they're 11-1.
To show you how that has flipped, the media in the Big Ten media days picked them to win the division, and that used to be Ohio State just locked and loaded every year.
Let's don't give away our top 5. We've waited 40 to get there, so they're still to come.
Yeah, yes. I think anybody that is keeping up with this realizes that we're not leaving Michigan out of this.
Yeah, they haven't missed our top 40.
As you just said, they're not tomorrow, so they're not number 5 tomorrow. So
I didn't say they weren't tomorrow.
Yeah, you did. You said I told Charlie not tomorrow.
When we talked yesterday, I said not tomorrow, isn't today.
So they're not tomorrow. I just let it out of the bag. They're not tomorrow.
Wow,
so they're not number 5.
Don't give away our top 5.
Yeah. So that's where we are in our 40 and 40. Our show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. We're going to go to Arlington to hear from Trent Dilfer right after I tell you that Greg from Pell City will go anywhere for you to jump up on your roof and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. If you're in the central Alabama area, Greg services you. He and his company have been locally owned for over 20 years. If you're in his area, you can get that free no-cost roof inspection by calling 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau, best warranties in the business. Insurance companies trust him. That helps you in the long run. If you've got storm damage, he can fix you. If you're replacing your roof, he can fix it for you. But that free no-cost roof inspection can solve a problem before it gets severe. Loose shingle, just something that simple can cause a water entry point that can cause roof damage, and that's bad. A respecting roofing contractor is hard to come by. That's why you need to keep Greg from Pell City on standby. 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Trent Dilfer talking about the disruption of name, image, and likeness in college athletics. Trent is at times very pointed in his comments at the establishment of college football. Here is UAB's head coach at their first American Athletic Conference Media Day talking about the disruption of NIL.
Right now the narrative is, college football is crazy, right? Everybody doesn't know what to do. Well, no, football's just hard, right? Football was hard when I played it in high school. Football was hard in college. Football is hard in the NFL. I watch these coaches. It's just a very, very hard game. Not just physically, but all the other stuff that goes with it. So this is no harder than football's ever been. It's different. It's different for the guys that have been doing it. And I think I have a distinct advantage. I haven't been doing it. So they have an old model, right? They have an old model that's been disrupted. And they're like, holy crap, our little blankie, college football that we knew how to manipulate has now been stolen from us. How do I go to sleep at night? And I'm like, I don't have blankie. This is what I rolled into. Like, I only know this college football. And I've told my staff, I don't want to hear about the old college football. Don't tell me the old stories. Don't tell me the way Ryan Day did it, or Nick Saban did it, or Shane Beamer did it, or whoever did it. because that's not this year. This year's different than last year. So let's collectively come together and find a way that we're going to do it, because there's no freaking problems in our building. There's only solutions. So I don't want to hear about the challenges of college football. Football is hard. It just is hard at every single level. This is a new hard for them. It's the present hard for me.
That's Trent Dilfer today. Thoughts?
Threes are things come in threes. I never thought we would get a Saban, Ryan Day, and Shane Beamer.
That stuck out to me. Together. Hats off to Shane Beamer to be in that conversation.
I think it's places where he's gotten assistant coaches. I think it was the commonality there. He's got a guy from Tuscaloosa, a guy from Ohio State, and a guy from South Carolina.
That makes sense. Trent does not like confidence. If he ever wins at a high level, I think if he's not your coach, I think most people are going to be like, damn, this dude wears me out. Yeah. But I love the confidence coming into a new league.
Brown called it. He said he would excel at this setting.
Well, I thought, when media days, when you told me it was yesterday, I thought the storyline coming out of yesterday would be like, I don't know if UAB is going to be any good. They picked them, eighth. So they don't think they're going to be great.
No, but still, I thought they would be further down than eighth.
But I think the comment was going to be about what you just saw right there. People are going to say how incredible a communicator he is and what a vision he cast. He sat right there in that chair on this show and did the same thing. He cast an unbelievable vision. Like, you listen to him talking, you're like, man, UAB could be the best Power 5 program out there, or a Group of 5 program out there. After you listen to him talk. Can he back that up on the field? Absolutely, positively, nobody knows that. He's done it on the high school level, but this is so different now. And, I mean, I don't know. I was going to say he's taking it over in the most challenging time for UAB to win games that they've ever faced because of level of competition. But now that you think about all that UAB's been through, I can't really say that.
Yeah, I just got to go back.
The competition's the best it's ever been.
We were sitting in the really hot studio up at the Crest building overlooking –
hot temperature, not in cool decor.
Yeah. No, overlooking, what is the cemetery?
That is Elmwood.
Elmwood, yeah. Overlooking Elmwood Cemetery. And, the death knell had just been given to UAB.
Yeah.
And we thought that we would never see UAB football again. And then for it to rise out of the ashes and not only to have the success that Bill Clark had, but now to be in the American with a former Super Bowl winning quarterback as your coach.
It is wild, isn't it?
It really is.
Now, so let me back it up. There have been times where it's been more difficult for UAB to win football games. I'll back that up. They've never faced the consistent level of competition that they're going to face now because of their conference. It's the best conference easily they've ever been in football-wise. So the level of competition is consistently going to be more and more difficult.
Yeah. So that's Trent today at the AAC Media Days out at the Star in Arlington, as UAB gets their moment in the sun before they start camp up. And within the next 10 days, everybody should be open in camp, and we're moving forward. That is the situation in the National Football League. Everybody is out and working. And LT has come across the NFL coaches, some odds on who will be the first fired, a couple of observations there. But I'll remind you one more time that our friends at Bud Light, who bring you part of the show, also want you to get the most out of your summer right now. And they've got a really cool offer coming up. It's the Bud Light Backyard Tour coming to Birmingham on August the 8th, featuring Seaforth. Bud Light wants to make it easier for you to get the most out of your summer, so they're giving away over 300 tickets. Enter right now for a chance to win your tickets at budlightbackyard.com. That's budlightbackyard.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding Florida residents. You must be 21 to enter. budlightbackyard.com to go see Seaforth August 8th at the Bud Light Backyard Tour here in Birmingham. Who's getting fired first?
Yeah, BetOnline just opened the first NFL coach fired for the upcoming season. No surprise here. Mike McCarthy is your favorite at 5-1.
For those that don't follow the NFL, Cowboys coach, right?
Dallas Cowboys coach.
What would his record? Give me the scenario where he's fired. They were 13-4 last year.
Well,
Am I right about that?
He's calling plays now.
Yeah,
Kellen Moore is out, so he's calling plays. And if the offense was to struggle, defense, he keeps them in every single game, but they're losing and they're like 2-6. I mean, I don't remember Jerry Jones making a change in season.
Yeah, 12-5. They were not 13-4. They were 12-5, but went to the playoffs.
But he has done nothing in the playoffs.
I mean, I think as Jerry gets, and I know you just said this, but Jerry gets labeled with a lot of things. He's been fairly patient with coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, he kept Jason Garrett around a long time when people wanted Garrett fired.
He did, but people wanted McCarthy out for a couple of years, despite his winning.
And this is his last, hey, look, this is my offense now.
That's right. You know, I can see him getting fired. I don't think he'd be the first guy fired. Who's second on the list?
Your boy Todd Bowles.
Truthfully, I was surprised he kept his job. I love him as a defensive coordinator. He seemed to make a lot of mistakes as a new head coach last year, but I just wonder how much more comfortable he'll be making decisions as a head coach without Tom Brady there second-guessing you.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you, loved Brady. Last year, Tom got on my nerves a little bit. He seemed to be in a mood. I mean, as a guy who's in a mood often, he seemed to be in a pissy mood all season.
He did. And I do
done weighted up a little bit.
I do
last
agree.
year.
It's a different dynamic without Brady looking over your shoulder, and there's zero expectation. But that's why I'm a little surprised he's second, because if Tampa won 5 games, it would be a surprise. Number 3 on this list, Ron Rivera, with the Commanders, soon to be another name based on Vegas. They're saying minus 400. They're going to change this name. But I thought was interesting, just a little bit down the list, you've got my man Sean McVay at 16-1.
Give me the ranking. Like how far down the list
is he? 1,
fifth,
2, 3,
sixth,
4,
seventh?
5, 6, 7, 8th.
Eighth most likely coach to get fired.
Give me his neighborhood. Who's in front and behind?
Brandon Staley, Arthur Smith are right there. Dan Campbell's right behind. Kevin O'Connell's right behind.
Yeah. I mean,
those guys aren't getting fired.
This is one of those where you've only got 32 coaches, so you're going to have to fill this thing out. But I mean, I'd be surprised if McVay gets
Andy
fired.
Reid is like ultra safe
Dead
at
last.
250-1, but right in front of him, Bill Belichick with the group of about 6 coaches 100-1.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because it seems like he's on precarious ground.
He is with Robert Kraft. But again, it will never be painted as being fired for Bill Belichick. They will part ways. Bill will move on. Bill's time has come to an end here in New England. We appreciate everything he's did. He's decided to do something different.
But how is McVay one of the top 8 coaches when he's only had 1 losing season in 5 years and he's been to multiple Super Bowls? I mean, that's stupid, right?
It is. I think that is why, like Brown is saying, the person who is 7, the person in 9 is not getting fired. That usually, what do we have, about 6 fired every year?
Yeah, I mean, 7 or 8 would be an excessive amount.
Let me ask you guys this: and this is first in season.
Now, is this fired or not back next year?
No,
well,
this
if
is
it's
fired.
in season, though.
This is fired.
So fired in season.
If Sean McVay was available, how many fan bases out there, not only NFL but college football, would take McVay?
I don't know about college. I mean, because you don't know about recruiting and all that. It would be fascinating to have a football mind like his in college.
I'm just saying because he works his ass off, and he can obviously associate with the players. He's still really young. He had success as a college player, not a lot of success, but he was played in the MAC.
But in the NFL, where there's only 32 jobs, I still think he'd be very attractive, even if he lost his job.
But I would, if I'm a fan of an NFL team, I would worry about his long-term commitment, though. That would be a fear of mine.
That's right, because you hear rumors every year.
I mean, he told his staff in the offseason, you look for another job. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing this.
But
I worry about that if I'm a fan base.
If A&M went 6-6 and they paid that ridiculous buyout, and A&M hired Sean McVay, you don't think A&M fans would be excited?
I mean, I think they would, but I think there are other college coaches they would want in front of Sean McVay.
They would be equally excited that Jimbo is gone.
Yeah.
And the next chapter is beginning. Just thought that was interesting that McVay was 8th on that list there, as LT was pointing that out. Not that we think he would get fired. I mean, there's no scenario. Is there a record you think that is potentially possible for the Rams this year?
The only thing, if they tank it, if he's told behind the scenes, look, Stafford tells him, hey, this is it for me, and we're going to tank for Caleb Williams, I just don't see McVay doing that. And if he agrees to do that for whatever reason, there's no way you can fire him. So I don't think there's any scenario he gets fired.
All right. When we come back, the Dabo question. Is Dabo's best days behind him? That is next, coming up right here on the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Our interview with Taylor Tannebaum, Clay Travis, and everybody else we've had on this week, always on our YouTube channel and also at nextroundlive.com, our home website, where you can get things podcasted there as well, and check out the store, nextround.store. While you're there, a couple more pictures out this morning from you guys down at Coastal and Nights with the Guys grilling out. Appreciate you guys sending those pics in to us always at Next Round Live on Twitter.
So jealous. There's so many people at the beach right now. I haven't been to the beach this year.
Yeah, Red Mont Vodka, though, can make you feel like you're at the beach.
It can. Dunaway, 8 times distilled. It is gluten-free. I saw our man Charles Barkley was in town yesterday for a Red Mont Vodka shoot. Again, he's one of the great faces behind the local products. It's available in 22 states now. Ask for it by name if they don't have it at your local bar or restaurant. Tell them to get it. Again, available in ABC stores, package stores all over the area. Again, ask for it by name. It's Red Mont Vodka.
Again, Jim Harbaugh facing a 4-game suspension from the NCAA over infractions. Duke extends Mike Elko through 2029, and Georgia gets another top recruit, 5-star outside linebacker Justin Williams picks Georgia over Oregon. Justin is from Conroe, Texas. Georgia now number 1 in the On3 Sports overall rankings for the 2024 class, ahead of Ohio State, Florida, Alabama, who's 4th, and Michigan. That on the recruiting news. Is Dabo Swinney's best years behind him? Give me cut 1, Tyler. Let's hear from Dabo. Last week, right before they went this week, a little bit later on, they will be at ACC Media Days. Here's Dabo Swinney trying to discuss where they were last year and maybe the year before that and where they're going as a program, sort of a state of the program comment from Dabo.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong. I'm just trying to be who we are, and everybody, it's not like we live in some some cave. I mean, people hear the good, hear the bad. I think at the end of the day, the external opinions and narratives, as I've said many times, that can be fuel for the fire, but it can't be the fire, because if it is, then you're up and down based on whatever narrative it is. Man, it's really more about, again, what I talked about earlier, just us being committed to just being our best, each and every year. And all that other stuff. I think last year, preseason top 25, there was probably about 10 or 11 teams that didn't even finish ranked. So none of that stuff really matters. I mean, you got to go play. But I mean, we're a team that's in the conversation. I mean, we're good enough. I mean, I'm never going to be a guy that's going to sit here and say, hey, we stink and we're not. I don't know if we can win 5 games this year. Man, I always think we can win. It's just how I think. I'm not sitting here if I thought any other way. I always think we're good enough to win.
They have won 8 ACC titles under Dabo. 7 of the last 8 ACC championships have gone to Dabo and Clemson. So they have won, but the problem is they won at such an elite level for such a period of time that just winning the ACC and not being in the playoff or the national championship conversation is not enough anymore. So your question that we are going to talk about is Dabo's best days behind him.
Well, the Roy Bus mentality seems to be out the window, because he said, look, we're good enough. You go back to South Carolina, again, it seemed like it was an outlier that South Carolina was able to beat Tennessee, especially the way they did. Nobody expected them to beat Clemson. If Clemson wins that 1-point game, and Potter was in field goal range, and I forgot if he missed the kick or not, or if there was a penalty, but they didn't make the kick. And if they would have, they would have been back in the college football playoffs 7 of the last 8 years. Your problem is, and this isn't a problem for 95% of programs out there, or 98% of programs, if you don't win one this year, it's going to be 5 years since your last national championship. Not that huge gap.
I know.
But if you're a Clemson fan, man, you got so used to it. I mean, you had a mini dynasty.
There was a 5-year window where he was 69-5. I'll say that again for emphasis. 69-5 in a 5-year window with 5 ACC championships and 2 national championships.
Pretty good.
I don't know that you can do better.
Yeah,
realistically, I don't know that you can do better.
This was weird. It was our last.
Kirby right now could do it this year, but yes, I digress.
In 5 years, I don't know that Kirby could be 69-5, though. I don't know if that math works. I mean, see what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah. But his 3rd national championship stacked 2 more on the year-wise, and you may end up with that 69-5 record.
Yeah.
But it was back SEC Media Days 2019 at the Galleria. The last SEC Media Days we did at Jocks, believe it or not, because there was nothing in 2020. 21, we were back at the Galleria ourselves. But I remember us discussing, or at least one of the narratives was, Clemson coming off 2 national championships in 3 years with 2 wins over Alabama. Has Dabo in this program passed Nick Saban in Alabama?
Yeah.
And since then, obviously, Alabama's won one.
Since then, Georgia's the discussion now.
Oh, yeah.
They passed Nick Saban in Alabama. I mean, if you consider Dabo's best years, which they are, 69-5 over 5 years, 5 straight ACC championships and 2 national championships, I don't know that he'll reach that level again, no. Can he do it in a singular season? Yeah. Especially with a 14 playoff. I mean, Dabo's one of those guys, Clemson's one of those programs, or excuse me, a 12-team playoff, that is going to be in the 12-team playoff an awful lot, if not annually. I think Clemson's going to be there almost annually. Alabama, Georgia.
See, it's funny
Ohio
you say
State,
that.
Michigan. I know you're about to start saying, Braille, we can only have 12 teams.
Yeah, okay, but you're dead on, because Alabama and Clemson were there anyway.
I know.
Okay, but look. So you got 6 automatics.
Okay.
Okay. So 6 automatics. One of those is the ACC.
Yeah.
Most likely. It's not guaranteed, but one of them is the ACC.
One of them's the SEC. That is guaranteed. One of them's the Big Ten. That is guaranteed.
Those, the top 5 power conferences and the group of 5.
Okay.
Those
Keep moving.
Those are guaranteed. Now you got 6 other spots. Now I'm interested. How many of those 6 others do you think are eaten up by other SEC teams and other Big Ten teams annually?
So I've got 6 others.
6 others.
3.
I would say
half.
I would say 4 probably.
By SEC and Big Ten.
Yeah, together.
Right.
Well, now that you've got USC there, I could
I would
see
say 4 together. So that leaves me 2.
I would say 4 or 5, but yes.
Okay,
but
that's
4.
5. Yeah.
So that leaves you 2.
Right.
All right. So now if Clemson doesn't win the ACC,
I think they'll be one of those 2 probably.
You think you feel like almost every year.
Almost every year.
Yes,
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you can go back.
Notre Dame will eat up one of those some years.
Some years they will, and somebody else will some years.
I think you would have to go back all the way a full decade where Clemson didn't finish the final regular season poll in the top 12.
Yeah,
no, maybe even further back.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but if you're not the conference champion,
which by the way, Clemson has been 7 of the last 8 years, so most of the time they're taking up that top spot.
They're going to be the automatic guy. But when we say we're expanding the playoffs, I do feel like when we're expanding it for 3 SEC teams every year. I feel like almost 3 Big Ten teams every year. And then there's some automatics, and then we're sort of got 2 other wild cards.
Yeah.
No, I feel
you see what I'm saying?
I do.
The SEC and the Big Ten is going to gobble up a lot of this extra real estate.
I don't disagree.
I feel like Georgia, Alabama, LSU, USC, Michigan, Ohio State, Clemson, and I'll stop there. I feel like those 7 teams are going to be in 90% of our, at least for the next 7-8 years of our playoffs. Those 7 teams.
I think so. I think Lance is right. If you go back to 2015, Clemson misses 1 playoff, and it was 2021. And they might did they win that bowl game?
Where?
They were 10-3 in 2021, played the Cheez-It Bowl. I mean, that might be the only one they won that game over Iowa State. So they would have missed that year. They were borderline, but they would have probably missed that year in 2021 as a 10-3 team. So that's 7 of 8 that they are a lock in the playoffs. Don't even have to think twice about it.
So best years behind him?
Yeah.
You agree with that too?
Yeah. Because even him getting to the college football playoff, he's going to have to win multiple games.
But to be fair, in this same discussion, I could say the same exact thing about Nick Saban.
Oh, I think Nick Saban's best years are behind him.
I could say the same. I might could say the same exact thing about Ryan Day. We don't know yet.
Now open your eyes.
I might say it about Jim Harbaugh.
Now open your eyes and imagine Dabo's in Tuscaloosa.
I still don't think that will ever happen. And again, Dabo, this is not a knock on Nick Saban. I mean, hell, if Nick Saban's best days aren't behind him, I mean, I don't think he's human. I mean, I know some people would probably argue that anyway.
Yeah, it's already a discussion.
But Dabo's still got a lot left if he really wants to coach that much longer.
Much more to come here on the next round. 30 more minutes here. Stay with us. UAB picked to finish 8th in the AAC media poll that is out today. You heard from Trent Dilfer. Clemson's our number 6 team. We've talked about them a couple of different times throughout the show. Another college football observation, if you will, from Mike Farrell. He's on the other side right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Before LT tells you about Dr. B, the Orioles win again last night. They won 7 of 10. They're now 2.5 up on Tampa. They beat Philadelphia 3-2. If you start paying attention to the Orioles, you're going to realize you don't know a lot of them. Colton Cowser doubled in the ninth, was the difference in the game. Jordan Westberg had a key home run early on. These are not household names, is what I'm telling you. The Orioles are a young team. They play again 5:40 today in Philly. And now all of a sudden, Baltimore inquired about one player as we approach the trade deadline. Who is that player?
Let me guess. It's Shohei Ohtani.
It is Shohei Ohtani that they have inquired about to go to Baltimore in a rental, if you will, to try to help them make the postseason and maybe win a championship. Tell us about Dr. B.
Yeah, Dr. B, again, when I started to thin out, asked around, Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone said I needed to go see. And again, the last time I went to see him, my hair has doubled in thickness since the first time I saw him. T3hair.net, that is the website where you can check everything out. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. Dr. B also offering the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
By the way, you Braves fans picked up a couple of bullpen guys, one from the Rockies, one from the Rangers. Mets and Yankees tonight, 6 o'clock on TBS. Braves in Boston at Fenway Park in La Monsta tonight, 6:10 in baseball for that one. Brown, Mike Farrell, who's been covering recruiting in college football for a long, long time, had something that caught your eye when it comes to reputation of coaches and their records.
So Mike Farrell is Rivals.com, covers college football for them and recruiting, and has a website, Mike Farrell Sports, as well, where they write college coaches whose reputation and record don't match. They're not as good a coach as their reputation says. Lance is going to disagree with several of these.
Well, can you give us the coach and see if we can guess if they're overrated or
how about
underrated? All of these are overrated.
Okay, how about we just throw out a name that pops off? I think one that you nailed early on, Brown. I think Mario Cristobal's reputation and record do not match up.
He does not have Mario Cristobal in here.
Oh,
no.
wow. Would you have him on this list?
I would absolutely have him on this list.
You take a shot. See if you can name one.
I am going to say one's...
Not a list, a grouping of coaches. Yeah.
I'm going to go Steve Sarkisian.
Steve Sarkisian, not in the grouping of coaches. Let me give you one who is. Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell. As he points out, Matt Campbell has accomplished a lot at Iowa State, But after his rapid rise, he has not been able to capture the momentum. He's 11-14 since his Fiesta Bowl win. His recruiting, one season in the top 40 since 2020. And his 2021 class finished 61st overall, and he had a devastating season last year.
I mean, you scoff at that.
I do scoff
now,
at that.
Now, if you go overall record, I would say to you that he moved into a neighborhood where he had to tear down a house and rebuild it. He didn't move into, what Brian Kelly has moved into in Baton Rouge or places like that. I mean, took over a horrible program and built it to success. It's going to take on, his record is going to take on some dings because he took over a horrible historical program. But he built it into a pretty good program, and now in his last 25 games, they're 11-14. And the Big 12 has not been that strong. That is an indictment that he's going in the wrong direction.
The list is already, the credibility's been killed.
Well, tell me how I'm wrong on Matt Campbell.
Okay, so Matt Campbell took over one of the worst programs.
I just said that, yes. And he built it into a good one. But now, his last 25 games, he's 11-14.
He's been consistent throughout. So he goes 3-5 that first year, which is understandable.
Right.
He's had one losing season since. 8-5, 8-5, 7-6, 9-3, playing for the championship. 7-6. Last year, he loses two of the best players in the history of the program at quarterback and running back in both Brock Purdy and Breece Hall, and he drops down to 4-8, one losing season, and now we're putting him on this list. Ridiculous.
Okay, who's next?
Jimbo Fisher.
I can agree with that.
Okay, so it's back to having credibility. He gives an interesting stat about Jimbo Fisher. On the recruiting since 2015, now keep in mind, Mike covers recruiting heavily on the national scene.
Just perception, do y'all think Jimbo Fisher is a good recruiter? I would say he's at Texas A&M. They were number one that year.
You don't even have to ask perception. The numbers tell you.
I would say he's a good recruiter.
Since 2015, 7 top 10 classes, 6 of those top 6 in the country. So 7 top 10, 6 of those in the top 6, including the iconic 2022 class. As he points out,
every single recruit.
That's what I heard once.
That's what we heard.
And he's never been lower than number 15. He says with those numbers, and you can guess who these are, there are only 2 coaches that have recruited at that level.
Kirby and Nick.
Kirby Saban. Well, that'd be scary, wouldn't it? Kirby Smart and Nick Saban. Yet, in that same window, with Nick Saban 103-10, Kirby Smart 91-18, Jimbo Fisher is 64-33. He's got almost 40 fewer wins than Nick Saban, almost 30 fewer wins than Kirby Smart, and he's the only guy that's recruited anywhere close to that level.
That is an alarming
thing.
It
is. Yeah. I don't know how you even argue this one.
But it's been well discussed on the show by Lance.
Mike Gundy. Also, Mike Farrell says coaches whose reputation and record just don't match.
I think his reputation is his record. I think he's more of a caricature, and I think Gundy's done a good job with a very average program.
Last year was a disappointment, but the year before that, they were in the Big 12 championship game and won it, right?
He points out
they lost on the goal line. And if they would have won, he would have been in the college football playoff. Yep. He should have, by most people's account, played in 2011. I disagree, but there were a lot of people out there that said 11. They should have played for a national championship.
I think Gundy has. I think he's overachieved for that program.
I don't
think Oklahoma State's a great program.
Let me give you 2 numbers, though. 2 numbers that if you look at Gundy with these 2 numbers, you start to say maybe we've overvalued this guy a little bit. One of them you're aware of. In 18 games against Oklahoma, he's 3-15 in 18 games against Oklahoma. All right. He's coached 46 games against Power 5 opponents who finished with 10 or more wins. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
46 games. What do you think his record is in those 46 games? So these are Power 5 opponents that end up winning 10 or more games. 46 times.
I'm going to say he's 10-36.
I'd go 12-34.
He's 13-33. So both of you are very close. I mean, wouldn't you call that an indictment, though?
Well, I mean,
that's 10 wins.
If I'm not a 10-win team, then I'm playing a team that's better than me. I'm not supposed to win those games. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more alarming. I think it's more alarming to me that Lane Kiffin has never beat anybody of substance. Like, I don't know if he has one of those wins. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know that he does either.
Has he beaten a 10-win team?
At Oklahoma State, though, double-digit wins are, I mean, that's a hell of a season at Oklahoma State.
Yes.
He's been there 18 years. How many double-digit win seasons do you think he's got?
In how many years?
18.
I would guess, it seemed like he went on a good run. I would guess 6.
It is 6. That's 1 out of every 3 years.
Yeah.
And the only other thing I would say is, you know how many losing seasons he's had in 18 years?
Oh, probably only 1 or 2.
1 his very first season.
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
So
He gives you...
I disagree with that, too.
Okay, Chip Kelly. This is from Mike Farrell, Rivals.com. Chip Kelly. Why is he not as good as his record indicates? He rehabbed UCLA with back-to-back bowl berths. He's never... Kelly never was exposed at Oregon. Well, hang on. Let me reword that. Back-to-back bowl berths. How is he going to transition UCLA to the Big Ten? He never had to do anything like that at Oregon, he says. He says when Jim Mora Jr. left, the cupboard wasn't bare. That he had led the Bruins to 6 bowl appearances in 5 of the 6 seasons. UCLA tanked it, took 3 seasons to turn the corner. That it's been a slower rebuild than it should have been.
4 straight New Year's 6-day bowls, all 4 his years at Oregon. Once he takes over UCLA, they got better record-wise each year he's been there. And again, UCLA is a difficult job.
It is. But you're saying he did not inherit as bad of a situation as I think he did?
That's what he said. Jim Mora gets painted like he left a terrible situation.
Well, he was fired.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean the cupboard is bare. Guys have gotten fired, and the cupboard is not bare.
I don't know, but he goes 3-9, 4-8. We'll throw 2020 out, 8-4, 9-4.
Yeah. The final one, and again, now this is not saying these are bad coaches. This is saying reputation and record don't match. So when I give that kind of disclaimer, you know something is coming up. Lincoln Riley. Why is he not as good as his record indicates? The same thing I've always said. He just doesn't have the commitment he should to defense. 5 of his 6 defenses have finished 60th or worse in scoring defense. 3 of those 5, 80th or worse. In 2018, they were 101st. And since 2018, his teams are 6-7 against Power 5 teams that finish in the top 30 in scoring defense. So when he runs up against defenses, he's not great. And he doesn't coach his own defense.
Yeah. Now, look, he's only coached 6 years. He's still really, really young. And in all of his 6 years, he's only had 1 pedestrian year.
But you have to admit, he's never had the commitment to defense he should. It's why he's not won a national championship, probably.
I agree. I mean, year 1 was probably his best team in Oklahoma when they went to the Rose Bowl. They should have beaten Georgia. If they beat Georgia, we saw what Georgia and Alabama, how that played out. You just wonder how things would be different.
You go back to that game, and I think he made some coaching mistakes.
What, the Georgia game?
Yeah.
Yeah, the squib right before the half is what turned it turned the game.
Yeah.
Georgia may not win it without that play.
Yeah, so that was a coaching decision that cost him. But you think he's matured. He makes, maybe he makes better decisions now. Like Dan Lanning, probably cost himself a chance to be in the Pac-12 championship game. The way he coached the end of the Washington game we were talking about yesterday.
And going back to Kirby, his first year, lot of those 5 losses, there were some questionable coaching decisions in those 5 losses. So these guys learn. The other thing I would say about Lincoln Riley is conference play is very important. 37-7 in 5 years at Oklahoma, and last year 8-1 in the Pac-12. So again, he's missing that championship. He's like Ryan Day. If you got to be able to put Ryan Day in this list too.
He's 45-6.
He's complicated though.
I know. Lincoln Riley's 66-13.
Yeah, Ryan Day's complicated. I mean, he's only lost to really good teams. But
I wouldn't put Lincoln Riley on this list, and I wouldn't put Ryan Day on this list.
The only reason I say about Lincoln Riley is there's a clear part of the game he doesn't have a good enough commitment to. I don't know that I can say that about Ryan Day. I mean, nothing stands out about him, but at some point, Ryan Day's got to win a national championship. So does Lincoln Riley.
Mike Farrell, you can go follow him on social media and click and read the full story there from him. One more segment to go. We're back in a moment, Tyler, right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Connor O'Gara of Saturday Down South with an interesting story. I don't know if we can complete the discussion in the 7 minutes we have left, but I think it's worth a try. Something we could be debating for years to come after LT tells us about Slice.
You know how good the pizza is at Slice if you've never been. If you've never been, you need to get in for lunch or dinner. And don't forget about the carry-out special, 7 days a week, all 4 locations. $75, you get the 12 fire-baked wings, you get 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of the salad. You can be a hero. Pick that up on the way home. Don't make mom cook. Again, 4 locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
If Kirby Smart wins a 3rd national championship this year from Connor O'Gara Saturday Down South, does he become the 2nd best coach in college football history? Let me make Connor's case for a second. He's not saying yes or no, but this would be the case. With his 3rd national title, Smart would move into a category of 3-time title winners of Tom Osborne, Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, Bear Bryant, Newt Rockne, Bud Wilkinson, Woody Hayes, John McKay, Barry Switzer, Frank Leahy, Bernie Bierman, Walter Camp, Darrell Royal, Howard Jones, and Pop Warner. But in the post-integrated world of college football, post-1972, Nick Saban has 7 post-integration titles. Bear Bryant has 3, Urban Meyer has 3, Osborne 3, Switzer 3. And Connor says, call me crazy, but I'd argue post-integration, the sport carries more weight than the previous ones. And he thinks that you can make a case with Kirby Smart to be in the conversation because his titles would be undisputed. Like even Bear Bryant, of those three in post-integrated college football past 1972, two of those three were split national championship. Barry Switzer had one. Nick Saban even had one. Tom Osborne had one. There have been three outright championships.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, if, then it's a different story. But maybe pump the brakes a little bit. You know, we were having this conversation about Dabo Swinney when he had won 2 or 3.
Well, that's he's saying this is with the third one.
Yeah.
What does the third one do for Kirby?
I mean, it puts him in elite company. There's no doubt. I still would have Nick Saban, Bear Bryant. I still would have Urban Meyer. Say what you want, Tom Osborne. I still Bobby Bowden, a national championship behind. I'd have those guys in front of him. He's a top 10 guy.
Yeah, Bobby Bowden, had so many wins, and Tom Osborne too. Urban, I don't know about though. I don't know if I'd still have Urban in front of him.
Yeah, I guess it does get close.
It gets really close.
Urban was able to do it 2 schools, which is really impressive.
It is, and if Urban came back right now and took over Texas or Texas A&M,
he'd win another one.
Do you not think he'd win another one?
Oh, I do, absolutely. Yeah.
So I mean, I don't discount Urban as being one of the best coaches.
Oh, I don't
in history.
either, but I'd still have Kirby. I think with 3, I think I'd put Kirby in front of him.
Well, I would put Kirby in the top 10 for sure. I'm not going to go 2 yet. I think he's still got a lot of work to do.
The interesting thing, though, is he's got a lot of meat left on the bone.
Oh, he does.
I don't know how long he'll go. And I don't know if anybody does. Kirby may not know how long he'll go. But he's done enough early. You think about Tom Osborne, think about how late in his career it took him to win his first national championship.
Point.
Bobby Bowden, how late, respectively, in his career it took him to win his first national championship. And Kirby's gotten his very early.
I mean, crap, Nick was older when, what was he in his, he was in his 50s already when he won his first one.
I mean, he was on college job number 3. He had already been the coach at, Toledo, Michigan State, and was at LSU before he won his first one.
And Kirby's not to that age yet.
No, and he's done it in his first job. Now, he'll never have another job. He's not going to bounce around.
And the fact that you're doing it in a playoff era now, that, to me, that's more impressive than when it was just voted on by the polls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think it'll give him more shots. I mean, Kirby's going to have a shot at a national championship every single year moving forward.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be rare they'll be out of the playoffs.
12-team playoff. I don't see them being out. We would have said this about Nick Saban before. I don't know if Nick Saban would have been out of any 12-team.
Probably, yeah.
And you wonder how many would Bear Bryant have been out of? How many would Vince Dooley have been out of?
But if I put Kirby's national championships at 1.5 right now.
More?
Yeah, because I put it at 1.5 after he won the first one when we were sitting in that ballroom or whatever in Indianapolis. And I think we were back and forth on over or under 1.5.
Yeah, I can tell you who never would have missed a playoff would have been Bobby Bowden. I mean, he had that streak where he was top 5 AP for like 20-something straight years, wasn't it?
It was 14 or 15 years, yeah.
They'd have been in the playoff every one of those years.
I think it was top 5 in 14 or 15
and they
straight
played
years.
a challenging schedule. I
They
know,
did.
I mean,
Miami was good then. They played them every year.
They played Florida. That was Spurrier era Florida. I mean, this was not. They didn't. They played Notre Dame frequently out of conference.
Yeah, but Lunsford brings up Urban had that undefeated season at Utah.
That's true.
In 2004, and I mean Kirby took over a really good situation.
He did,
and
I'm recruiting hotbed. Yes.
Yeah, look, and he is dominating with it. So nobody could do more than Kirby has done with it. So I don't want to take anything away. But when you're able to go from, I think people forget about Urban's success at Bowling Green. Those were fun Bowling Green teams to watch, from Bowling Green to Utah to Florida to Ohio State, everywhere he's won.
What's funny is sometimes we'll say recent bias, the bias of being recent history, that sometimes we overvalue it. I think sometimes when it comes to college head coaches, sometimes we discount because it's happening right now in front of us. Because Kirby Smart, we know him as a defensive coordinator first, who was a head coach. We don't put him up there with the Barry Switzers and the Tom Osbornes. And we didn't do that with Dabo either. And they really do belong up there. Barry Switzer was a coordinator before he was a head coach. Osborne was too. Those guys all had other jobs before they became coaching legends. Interesting for Kirby Smart. It's a great read. Conor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. You can go check it out right there at their website. That's the show today. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time again tomorrow on a Wednesday. Replay starts right now. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.